I should probably find out pretty soon if I'm live, because people will probably react to that. So let's wait a moment, shall we? Trying to get my hair a little bit in order. Excuse me. Come on here. I hate this point when the hair isn't actually grown yet, so we're still a ball of poof on my head. I'm gonna laugh if I'm not actually live. Because that's been happening a lot lately. Let's find out. Am I live right now? Oh, looks like I am actually live. Yay. Okay. There it is. Hey, Snow. What do we got? Hey, Corrales. Onwards to the hunt! Oh, wait, I can take multiple hunts at once, can't I? So I'm gonna do that. Let's actually skip that one. Hey, Chemic. We could try White Moose, but let's try Marilith instead. Hey, Salty. So, while I was busy last night, I did a little bit of leveling. A little bit. Excuse me. Sorry, my throat's giving me issues today. As usual. Hello, Takota. Okay, so that's the Marilith, which is in the Zertanan Caverns. We'll see how we handle that. Oh, I should do that, Shiryu. I need to decide if I'm getting that in X or Y. How do I do that? I should do that, like, right now before I forget. Hey, Byron! See if I can grab my 3DS with my feet. See, the thing is, I can't control the toes on my left foot, so I can only actually use my right foot's toes, but I might be able to make this work. Ow. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. There we go. Okay, got it. It's unplugged from the power cable. Alright. A little bit more this way. Wait, I have to actually go somewhere, Shiryu? Yeah, I was talking about it yesterday, Corrales. Oh, there we go. Got it. Well, Mew's the only one I'd really want of that bunch anyways. So I'm gonna see if I can get Mew. Hey, Spirit Blade. Oh, let's see if we can do. So what's the most... Pokemon X. Always keep your screen cleaning cloths handy. And clean it regularly, or else it'll start forming spots, which will start making scratches. And of course it'll look like crap. I've never been a huge Celebi fan. Mew, though. Holy crap, Mew's awesome. Okay, let's see if I can get this online. Hi, Macon. Okay. Yeah, I liked the 15 footage, too. Yes. Yes, Mutant Flans. And I have no magic casters of any kind. So we'll see how this goes. No gifts to be found. Damn it, really? Well, that sucks. Looks like I might have to actually go into a store to get a Mew. I have no idea where a GameStop is anywhere near here. I'll figure that out later. Okay, what am I doing? Okay. So I've got that one for the Marilith. Yeah, no kidding, Corrales. I am not buying a PS4 for FF15. I'm also not buying a PS4 for Kingdom Hearts 3. Nor am I buying a PS4 for Final Fantasy 7. 3 games does not a console make. Somewhere around here. Is it you? Yeah, and they also said that Final Fantasy IX was only available on the PlayStation. Times change. Even if I have to wait a few years, I'd rather play it on the PC than, you know, not play it at all. Sure. That's true, Sonoshi, but I'm not seeing that $1 million to make that happen. Or whatever. I should relax. This is a chill run. Stop being stressed. Hey, Summer Haze. Stress. It's very action-y, Samurai. I will say that I very, very do not like the fact... Wait, what? Do not like the fact that it appears you do not control anyone but the main party member. I didn't like that in 13, and I don't like that in anything else whatsoever. White, black, red, blue, and that's actually it, Dakota. Zelda 2 is not a chill run. It is impossible to chill run that game. It is possible to stress run that game. Besides, I already beat Grand Palace live on camera with no edits, just to showcase me going through the whole damn thing. Just to showcase how bad the Grand Palace really is. No, I'm talking about FF15. I don't think anyone likes Vaughn's pants, Nicolas. Then again, I don't think anybody likes Vaughn, so I guess that's there too. I've said my prediction on FF15 and it hasn't changed. It will probably be okay. And that's literally my prediction. It will be okay. There he is. So he's got to be around here somewhere. Oh, shush, Kennick. It's entirely logical and understandable to be indecisive in the situation you're in. I just have been deliberately restraining myself from giving you advice, because one thing I've discovered over the years is that everyone's different. If I was offered a job which required me to get up at 4 AM every morning, I would say no, because I can't do that. And that's all I need. Literally, that's all I require. Or, in order to not... in order to say no to a job. But that's me, not you. I will say this. You remember how I was talking... Some of you probably don't remember this. I was talking the other day about how I was so excited when FF12 came out. You know, palpably just, oh yeah, anticipation, and had the snacks ready, and had the food ready, and yeah, can't wait, and just anticipating until that, that midnight release, and we actually went out to the GameStop yet. You know, it was great, right? Hey, Pencil. Hey, Samurai Jack. So, yeah, for that midnight release, it's like, yeah, I can't wait, woo! That was the last time I felt that, about 10 years ago as of this year. And, I will not be feeling that for FF15. And that just kind of makes me sad. Even if it is a good game, I will not be anticipating it as if it was. Because at this point, we're already in the negative as far as anticipation levels. You know what I mean? Now, if FF15 is great, not good, great, then that means FF16 I'll be actually anticipating. Depends on if it's coming out on the PC, Nicolas. Hey, Ezra. Oh yeah, so we did a little leveling off screen for like 6 hours. Yeah. You're welcome. It's okay, I was doing other stuff anyways. I was doing it while editing. It's really not hard if you know... If you have yourself set up right to just mindlessly level in this game. I find that unlikely, Dog Andes. Simply because Disney... Well, I'm just gonna keep my opinions about Disney to myself. Because Myron, he is a samurai, and therefore he is the character I have set up as my primary character. Or, I guess you weren't here for this, Myron. So the viewers voted for which classes I use, and yeah. So these are the 3 characters I'm using because they're the ones with the classes I want. I suppose that depends on how you define real-time combat, Dog Andes. Since the active turn-based system is in many ways real-time. Hey, Enigma. That's true, Macon. They could do that. Let me make this clear. As much as I am not enthused about FF15, or Kingdom Hearts 3, it's not like I want them to fail. I want to be proven wrong. I want them to come out and be amazing, and blow my socks off, and just be like, that was so good. You know, that's what I want to happen. It would be really nice if it was just this amazing, incredible feat of awesome. I wouldn't put money on it, but yeah. Well, that's why I asked Samurai, because I mean we've got Type O in the more recent era, and then if you go back a bit, you have things like, say, FF10-2, which is one of the most real-time combats in the FF series up until that point in time. So I think we should talk about Disney. What do you think, Ligio? Let's talk about Disney. So, Disney's awesome, and... Disney. No, I'm done. Would be nice, Macon. It really would. Yes, Disney invented Star Wars. Wait. I think I'm going the wrong way. Oops. Did I not? Hang on. Well, Nicholas, I always play games that are grindy with a sheet of a tarp underneath me. There's where I'm going. And fortunately, Wada may not be CEO anymore, but he's still working at the company. Granted, he was an idiot and made some extremely stupid decisions in that company. But, yeah. Freaking moron. We want 3 consecutive MMOs going at the same time, because I have no concept of anything. Well, Captain Jobby, I don't know if you've seen Tomorrowland, but that's kind of feasible, if that were true. I'm avoiding it for the moment, Psychotic. I glanced at it and was like, that looks kind of cool, and then I realized I didn't want to watch anymore. Again, not because of lack of interest. Just, yeah. For the obvious reasons. No, I could actually look up what Yoichi Wada's new job is if you give me a moment. New job. Idiot! Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. He apparently actually did leave Square Enix in last June. Wow, I actually kind of missed that. What he had switched to was chairman of the board. He went from CEO to chairman of the board, and then apparently he just left. Oh, that's right. He's doing his own stupid thing now. That's right. Now he's he is one of the co-founders of Shinra Technologies, which is dumb. But basically, it's a cloud gaming service that he feels is the way of the future. So, some of you may ask why I call Yoichi Wada an idiot. On his thoughts on Final Fantasy XIII, I feel that the team involved with Final Fantasy XIII should move on and create and generate some next-generation forms of play. Internally and externally, I feel there's an expectation on Square Enix to offer something new, and I really think the FF team could create something different. But at the moment, they are strictly catering to the particular audience they have now. And, yeah. He also predicted that console gaming will cease to exist as of 2019. While we're on the subject. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm looking for the dude. I'm just gonna look up where this guy is. Rather than roam idly. Merilith. Hey, you guys brought him up. Yes, Zero. Because not only do I own F-15, and it's already out, but, because I'm actually a time traveler. I've been meaning to tell you that, guys, for a while, sorry. But yeah, I'm a time traveler, and I came back from the past with F-15 to show you just how good / bad it is, depending on your perspective. Is this it? I think this is it. Probably not, Nicolas. There's still plenty of dumb decisions that can be made. Okay, so there is actually a reason for that, Sonoshi. So, Third goes off of a script when he does his then and now sections. Unlike me, I'm totally unscripted. No judgment here, that's just his style, right? So, he tried doing a script with his normal voice, but it just didn't work because of the fact that he was constantly reading off the script, and he had trouble keeping his tone up while reading off of a piece of paper, right? So he decided, rather than try to just sound awkward, he would go ahead and make effectively a persona and use that in order to do his lines from now on. He'll turn his negative into a positive kind of a situation. So he basically is trying to sound like he's just some kind of guy that does games and thinks in this direction, as part of his shtick, basically. By the way, you ready for the greatest plot twist of all? This is Final Fantasy 15. Thomas Bernhard? Probably. I've read a lot of stuff. Actually, he and I have talked about it. The relation to an Elcor was totally coincidental. Okay, I believe this is the spot. Pretty certain this is it. So, I gotta admit, wow, that was a lot quicker than it should have been. Some of these hunts, I don't like the hoops you have to jump through in order to get them to spawn. Like the fact that I actually have to, wow, this guy really hurts. The fact that I actually have to be in this zone for 5 minutes before this guy will spawn at all is irritating, to say the least. God, this guy hurts. Okay, hey, we're gonna set up a new gambit really quick. I have read Terry Goodkind, yes. Okay. Hey, E. Thomas. Farewell, Pencil. Enjoy the socializing. Yeah, by the way, there's actually aggro in FF12, sort of. It's called decoy. It pretty much forces someone to be the target of enemies. It's a nice feature. People make fun of the holy trinity of gaming, but I'm one of those weird people who thinks that the tank damage heal dynamic actually works quite well. Quickly? This took me like 6 hours, Beanie. Pretty much all of last night, while I was working on other things, I was grinding my balls off. I have the bloody tarp to prove it. And the funny thing is, I'm still getting crushed here. There we go. Look at Vaughn. No, look at Vaughn. Look at Vaughn. Jeez! When enemy gets multi-strikes, it's a bad thing. As Ash just drains her mana here. The most obscure writer I like. You ever heard of this woman called J.K. Rowling? I mean, she's only done like 8 books ever. Or 9, excuse me, 9 books ever. The most grind-dependent FF game. Are we counting just the main plot, or all content within the game? Because that changes the answer. Oh my god! 6 strikes! 7 strikes! Jesus Christ! Die! Ugh! Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know how to get better gear than I currently have. Yeah, let's actually not deal with that right now. Does anybody know, like, any really good swords or katanas that drops off of any enemy in the game anywhere, as long as it's within reach of me? Oh, I guess I can turn that off. Hey, Darkrai. Why are we talking about lightning? How did she get into this? Yeah, I've already bought all their stuff, Nicolas. That's as good as I got. Let's turn this off for the moment. An FF character I actively despise. Hope. That's it. That's my only one. Even in FF13, there's only one character that I don't like, that I actively despise. And that is Hope. Yeah, Lightning's in real life now, too. And I'm sure all of you know what I'm talking about there. Sigh. We must join with Sauron. Or, I mean... No, not cosplay. I am referring to the fact that she is a model for a real-life fashion thing. I don't have any opinion on Caius. He exists. He's there. He is. No, I don't despise Vanille. Or Lightning. I mean, I don't like Lightning, but I don't despise her. No, Hope is the only character in all of FF that I actively despise. I don't believe so, no, Captain Jobby. I could be wrong about that. It's okay, this precedent was already set with FF Spirits Within, and I'm sad for knowing that. I guess, Nicolas. I see. I haven't really thought about Caius in any given way, shape, or form. So he's there. I believe so. Yes, Macon. What is K-pop, Dog Andes? A book lore run? I don't think that would actually, like, work. Oh, Korean pop. Oh, okay. Yes, yes, you figured it out, Dog Andes. That's my secret shame. Well, see, it's funny you say that, Captain Jaw, because I don't think it would work. I have actually read a book online, but that was really a different thing. Hey, my happy mask maker. Like a total of 100-something songs, Azra. Like, I could actually pull up the list of all songs, because I have a playlist for non-video game music. It's quite short. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be, E. Thomas. It would basically be me reading the book, and then pausing every now and again and say, okay, so yada 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 yada. I'm trying to find something I could read. I don't have any of my books on me. They're already in boxes. I don't like The Watchmen, but I don't like his work, like, at all. And I never have, and I never will. Really, Enigma? I never would have guessed that. Do I have, like, anything I can read? Favorite non-video game song? Oh, I don't know. Hang on, let me pull up the list. I'm trying to think of how I can legitimately get a... Oh, I have Amazon Prime. Maybe there's like a book I can pull up on Amazon, because I have Amazon Prime. They do book stuff, right? That's a thing? I don't know. No, although I do need to buy those eventually for the show, and it's going to be like $500, but no. Excuse me. No, apparently they only have books on Amazon Prime for Kindle. No, Dog Andes. And I obviously don't have a Kindle. Let's see if I can find just an entry here. Screw it, I give up. I can't find anything. Point being, yeah, it would just... If I was to do a book lore run, it would basically just be an audiobook with occasional commentary. Which I guess I'm not opposed to. I just don't really think that it'd be particularly popular. What's the wrong thing? I mean... This... So I need to go to... For that... Yeah, so wait for that. Actually, it's funny you say that, Snaderade. I have done a Choose Your Own Adventure on stream before. It was actually pretty fun. And it was well received. It's on YouTube if you want to go watch it. You know, I've had my name mispronounced many different ways, but Archj is not one of them. Yes, Dragoon. It was the Mario thing. Oops, wrong guy. Oh, yes I did actually, Darkrai, sorry. Guilty pleasure movies, games, etc. So, games slash books slash movies that I know are bad, that I still enjoy. Phase Shift 1. I hope they will just be the same as they were in FF7, Myron, but that's just me. Anyways, so, one of the movies I like to card out whenever I think about guilty pleasures, yeah, no kidding, Dragon, is Commando, which is an old Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. In other words, let's just put it bluntly, not a good movie that I still enjoy. Games that I enjoy that are not good. I'm gonna have to think about that. I enjoyed the second Resident Evil movie. Didn't really get into the third, and if they've done past that, I haven't watched. Yeah, Commando is such a bad movie, but I still enjoy it. Trying to think. Games I enjoy despite being bad. Oh, I've got one. Metal Gear Solid. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I would argue stringently that Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is not a bad game. But I do enjoy Final Fantasy Mystic Quest quite a bit, actually. Fifth Element is not a bad movie. Fifth Element has bad scenes. Oh. Nicolas, I have a video out, which is like 30 minutes long on my channel. That's basically called Dragon Age Inquisition Review. It's like one of the only reviews I've ever done in my life. I'm an idiot. If you go watch that, there are no spoilers in that review. They're up to the 6th Resident Evil. Oh my god. I will say this about Starship Troopers. I like the movie better than the book. And that's the honest truth. Dragon Age 2 is a FF10-2 style game. Now, if you don't know what I mean by that, I can't explain. Possibly Macon. I mean, I do kind of intend to, yes, but it has not been a huge priority with everything else I've got on my backlog right now. At this point, I'm about ready to take a couple months off, like, in general, just to get way the hell caught up because of how ridiculous this last year has been. No, Nicolas. Okay, so... I was actually talking about this the other day. I don't remember if you were here for this, but FF10-2 has some really good story elements and some interesting meat to it, but you have to rip it out of the game. Like, you have to tear the content and the politics and the cultural significance and the character development and the setting development, which is all there in 10-2, and the thematic significance, it's all there, but you have to rip it out because it's covered in this garnish of fan service gunk. That's kind of the similar situation as Dragon Age 2. In other words, it's not a bad game. It's not. I'm sorry. It is a severely flawed game that you have to work at it in order to enjoy. In Dragon Age 2's case, the problem was not fan service, the problem was development time. So, if you don't know this, Nicolas, since you're asking me this, Dragon Age was never intended to have a sequel. It was built from ground floor to be a to be just a standalone game. Then certain corporate people said, we want a sequel. And so they're like, okay, we'll take it in a different direction, which is why Dragon Age 2 is not following the same story as Origins. It's basically another story happening in a completely different country. However, the problem was then gave them just under a year to make it. Now, I don't know if you know how incredibly insane that is, Nicolas, but 1 year to make a game of that level and scope? Yeah. I honestly and genuinely have a tremendous amount of respect for the makers of Dragon Age 2 for how good they made the game despite having such incredible restrictions upon it. So it is absolutely not amazing game. It absolutely has flaws, and it absolutely is just ugh. But it is still, in my opinion, a net positive game. It's just you have to work at it to enjoy it. Also, I recommend playing it on easiest difficulty, which is a rare thing for me to say. Because they didn't have time to actually do anything to make it really difficult. So difficulty in that is pure padding. Just 100%, nothing but meat gates and damage sponges and that kind of a thing. See, for me, Summer Haze, Dragon Age 2 is a net positive, but especially after replaying it for the marathon, it's just, I have to try so hard to enjoy that game. The game was not willing to meet me halfway. Now, I will say that there's quite a bit... It's in actual terms ago. There is quite a bit of really good character stuff, in my opinion, in Dragon Age 2. I actually really like what they do with basically all of the companions. Except for you-know-who. Whenever the Fallout 4 run is done going live, Myron. Yes, Darkrai, but not in the way that you're probably thinking. Apparently it's February 11th. I could actually go check right now, but it's whenever Fallout 4 is done going live. Yep. Alright, now we're doomed. Literally. But yeah, so they have this thing called Dragon Age Keep, which, as I said during the lead-up to Inquisition, I am 100% in favor of and is a brilliant idea. I explained the full and in-depth reasons why I feel that way, but let's just leave it at, I think it's a brilliant idea for right now. What's Varric? I mean, Varric's awesome, but why are we talking about him all of a sudden? I'm one of those weird people who actually liked Fenris, by the way. Now, I will freely admit part of that is because Gideon Emery is amazing. I'm not going to deny that. But I do still like Fenris as a character. And I found... I liked Meryl quite a bit. She had a unique blend of character traits. I actually can't think of the other characters' names. The amber-haired knight lady, whose name I can't frickin' think of. I liked her as well. I just can't think of her damn name. What is her name? Oh my god, that's gonna bother me now. Nah, I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. Aveline. Aveline, that's her name. God. Harsh. Yeah, I liked Aveline. I'm sorry, Darkrai. Yeah, Cassandra was a very interesting character. She actually grows throughout 2, and then grows even more in Inquisition. I rather enjoyed her. Her character development and her usage thereof. She might actually be my favorite companion in Inquisition. I'd have to think about that. And I know you're like, what, not Varric? Well, Varric didn't really do much additional in Inquisition. He was just still Varric, and that's good. But Cassandra really grew a lot in Inquisition. Yeah, Django, it's like a certain... Oh, what's his name? He's some Mandalorian guy in KOTOR. I can't think of his name. I really can't. I can't think of his name. Oh, he's a great character. Yes, Dakota. Now, I didn't like... Canderous! That's his name. God, I couldn't think of his name. Oh, hang on, I gotta pull up my donation thing now. I can never think of his name. I like Canderous. I talked about him extensively in the Ruminations and in the lore run, and he's awesome. And thank you, Myron. I'm glad you liked my Final Fantasy lore run. I hope you like all my stuff, really, but it's always nice to be enjoyed as an entertainer. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, Canderous is a great character. I always forget his name. I didn't like Vivian at all, actually. I felt Vivian was indicative of the problem, rather than any kind of a solution. And Dorian was pretty cool. The Kunari, whose name I can't think of, was pretty cool, only occasionally. Cullen was... I'm amazed what they did with Cullen. I really am. They did a lot with him. I was expecting, especially after Origins, but especially after 2, for him to just kind of not... Yeah. Iron Bull, that's him. Monkey Ball lore run. Yes, I have, Macon. Oh my god. For the record, I chose the bulls. So, Monkey Ball lore run. Okay, so there's this evil monkey who really wants to take all of the bananas from across the universe and take them away, and you're trying to stop him. Yeah, that's it. That's the lore of Super Monkey Ball. Come on, give me some nice gear. I don't remember any of the combos. Silent Hills. They're there. It's funny, I feel like I've already answered that question, Darkrai. Silent Hill 2 was a well-constructed game that used weaknesses as strengths and was really indicative of the morphic nature of the town, which I found fascinating. I don't have much else to talk about it. I definitely could not do a lore run on it. I simply do not know the lore of the setting enough to speak with authority about it. I'll get back to that. It'd be like asking me to do a lore run on, I don't know, Fire Emblem. I don't know the setting well enough to speak about it. I would never do that about a Barbie game, Sunrise. Also, I've already done a lore run of Tetris, so there's that too. I'm not sure, Fat Squeak. Because, as I've discussed many times, FF12 has absolutely nothing to do with FF Tactics. I mean, literally zero functional connection between the two. Might as well have never had a connection between the two. So, yeah. I'm not sure how you could connect Tactics to 12, and I don't know how you could get Vagrant Story in there at all. The best thing I could come up with is a game set in Ivalice that explains what happened with the Lucavi between Tactics and 12, and have that be, you know, the big connecting point, and have that lead to the Okuria's interactions with the world, you know, that kind of a thing. You could do that, now that I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure if I'd like that or not. Oh, excuse me. Nice, Darkrai. Schopenhauer is a guy who has exploded into space about a century ago. There you go. Well, in fact, let me look something up here really quick, because I need to get an exact number to explain why Tactics and 12 have nothing to do with each other. Give me a moment. There it is. Whoops. Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, look. Okay, so... Wow, this actually makes even less sense than what I thought. So apparently, Final Fantasy XII is the first game in the series. And happens... Hang on. Give me a number. Okay, so it's not actually as long as I thought. It's merely 1,200 years between Tactics and FF12. FF12 occurs first, and then FF Tactics occurs 1,200 years later. Actually, now that I think about it, Tactics happening after 12 makes a little bit more sense. Since by that point in time, the Espers would probably be released from their prison of the Ocuria, and therefore capable of acting on their own accord. Also, yes, there's also the fact that we encounter airship graveyards in Tactics, and that's mentioned in the lore of Tactics that, you know, some time ago there were great battles waged with airships, and that technology has since been lost to a dark age of politics and backstabbing greed. So that actually does make more sense when I actually think about it. Actually, technological regression in 1,200 years ago, which is something that happens, admittedly. Makes me wonder what made it happen, which again goes back to the point made earlier about how it's entirely within feasibility. That to have an in-between game between those two to explain why everything went to hell. After we have this great peace between Rosaria and Arcadia, and this new era of joy and peace and happiness, and then something happens and we lose centuries of technology and then we regress to a Dark Ages. Ah, right. Sure. Yeah, see, the map thing's an interesting thing. So, one of the biggest points to be made to disconnect the Final Fantasy series proper... Yes, I can, Captain Jobby. I don't want to, because it's stupid, but I will. Give me a minute. One of the most common things to point out of why the FFs aren't connected is, well, if they're connected, why is the overworld map completely different? Hi, Krenzler. I mean, really, FF2 is supposed to occur just a couple generations before FF4. And yet, if you look at the overworld maps, they look nothing like each other. They're not even close to related. So, what happened? Well, nothing, of course. It's just they weren't designed to be connected. However, that argument does not fit in Ivalice, because this was always designed to be an Ivalice game. This was always designed to be within the same canon as Tactics. So why is the world map of Tactics so fundamentally different from the world map of 12? Now, people have actually tried to make up ways that the world map fits, to varying degrees of success. But, yeah, it's an oddity, to say the least. Okay, FF10's connection to FF7. You ready for this? Because this is so stupid. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, in FF10, FF10-2 specifically, there's a kid called Shinra who, thanks to repurposing Vegnagun, he repurposes Vegnagun in order to use it as, let's call it a reactor. And he uses that to draw energy from the far plane in order to create a new energy source, basically. And with this new reactor made out of Vegnagun. And after some time of his work with the far plane, he discovered how to go into space! And so they traveled into space. And they traveled through space, and then they landed on planet over in FF7. And then somehow they lost all of everything. And that's how FF10 and FF7 are connected in the end. No thoughts, Dog Andes. No thoughts whatsoever. You're welcome, Captain Jobby. While my friend and I were playing through FF10 in a kind of a backseat run / lore run recently, we both just kind of were like, you know what? We're just going to pretend that the two are not connected. Telling you guys, Gilgamesh needs to be in Kingdom Hearts. It needs to happen. It does come up, yes, Myron, and it's ridiculous. It is oh ridiculous. What the? So I've actually mentioned those guys before. That's a a debt collection agency, aka a scam artist, who tries to cold call people with an automated message saying, this is a debt collection. You owe us money. You will go to jail if you don't give us money. You know, threats levied, and you know, the usual kind of just BS trying to bully people who don't know better into giving them money. For nothing. For absolutely nothing. There's no such debt exists. Now, you might think, well, how do you know that, Arsh? Well, I have two very strong answers for that. Answer number one. I don't have any outstanding debts. I haven't had an outstanding debt since I paid off the hospital bill. And I paid off the hospital bill before they started cold calling me. So, answer number two. So, I actually got my phone number changed. And the day I had the new phone number, which exactly 2 people knew the new number, I suddenly got a call from someone saying, you owe a debt. Of course, I could also bring up point 3. I looked into it, and this is a company widely known for this kind of bullying tactics to try and force money out of people. There were some horror stories about elderly who didn't know better or weren't sure if they actually owed a debt, so they would give them money. And then they would naturally say that they owed them more money because it already worked once. And, yeah, then they would get freaked out and panicked, and they would get threatening calls and general harassment. And the best part is there was no way to reclaim the money, because legally you just gave them the money. So, you know. Anyways, so with that little bit of joy, it's actually completely legal, within reason, Myron. Now, if you decide to report them for harassment, you can, but the cost and effort in doing so is significant. So that's not likely to happen. There it is, okay. Wow, Kamek. See you around, Samurai Jack. Can I say neither, Nicolas? The Kingdom Hearts 3 ending I want is for Sora to die in order to restore actual balance to the setting and completely and utterly upset the status quo, such that any future Kingdom Hearts game, while it may be in the same setting, would be effectively in a completely different setting because of how different things are. Actually making everything fully balanced between light and dark, I'm going the wrong way, and, you know, that kind of a thing. I would also probably have Riku and Kairi die as well. Cured meat and stinky cheese. Sounds good to me. Have fun, Azura. The general idea, though, Nicolas, would be to be a positive ending. It would be a good ending. It's just, it would be a good ending purchased with their blood. Oh yeah, Roxas and Xion and everyone else would, in fact, still survive. Having either been separated or something. Actually, I did just kind of describe StarCraft 2's ending, didn't I? Happy ending purchased with blood. Well, unfortunately, Snaderade, Disney does. And unfortunately, it's not a Square game. It is a Disney game. Yes, I did, Darkrai. I'm not sure what you're asking of me exactly. Where's the list? I still have it up here. So, Battlefront 2, Empire at War, there's no lore to discuss there. Jedi Knight series, maybe. Clone Wars, I'd rather not. Honestly, I'm not sure, as weird as this sounds, I'm not sure that I could really do much of a lore run in any Star Wars game, other than the two I've already done. There's not much to discuss there, I don't think. Where am I going? This way. Hang on. That's what I thought. And yes, I would have Terra, Ven, and Aqua survive and be awesome. Here's Force Unleashed's lore. Force Unleashed's lore. Imagine if the Force was actually powerful. There you go. Force Unleashed 2's lore. What if we just said screw it? Star Wars Podders. I played that game, Kevin. It was surprisingly fun for the time. Not a game I'd go back to, though. TIE Fighter's an awesome game, but I'm not sure I can really discuss the story of it. At least not without going into the book. I need to go this way. A Star Wars Telltale game is the kind of thing I'd probably buy day one. I mean that sincerely, by the way. I'm really curious what they're going to do with Batman on that topic. I am cool with that, yes, Captain Jobby. Now, I think we can all agree, especially Dog Andes, that Telltale is the best video game ever. Especially since there's no romance in it, which I think is really mandatory for any video game. Ads. That's not what I meant to hit. There are several, yes, Dakota. That's not even the last one, too. I have no idea what you're talking about, Doug Andes. I also don't know what Chemic is talking about. I feel so out of the loop sometimes. Well, I did spend a lot of time leveling, specifically so this wouldn't be boring. You missed the ringworm fight. I actually got up and wandered off to do some laundry while I was fighting the ringworm. Oh, Tales from the Borderlands. Gotcha. Yeah. Here's hoping they do continue that story, since it did kind of end in a we can continue this sort of a way. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Suddenly, Skype! Gotta love construction workers. I could see that, Darka. One thing I've noticed that Telltale's pretty good at least in the games I've seen, is doing the down-to-earth perspective in a non-down-to-earth setting. Tales from the Borderlands is probably the best example of that, but not the only one. In other words, playing a regular Joe and seeing how they actually affect the setting. Actually, E. Thomas, I played the first episode of that, and I really liked it. I have resisted playing the rest of the episodes because I am waiting until all of them are out, and then I'm going to do full playthrough of all of the thing. Speaking of which, that just occurred to me. I should add something to the webpage really quick. Sorry, this just occurred to me. I want to do this before I forget it. There we go. Updated. Okay, we're good. Moving on. Whoops, wrong screen. There we go. Aw, it's the boss I just killed. It's okay, we ripped all the magicite out of him, so now he's tiny again. You know, I should just cheat and give myself a ridiculously powerful weapon. What do you guys think? Should I do that? Because I can do that. I can give myself a super bow, a super sword, and I think that's it, actually. Oh no, a super shield, I think, is the other thing. Okay, so what else do I need to do? Chemic, right now, I am stressed beyond reason, and have no idea when things are happening, which is most of the stress, or exactly what is happening. So I suppose that answers your question. Any questions? But I must, Zergoten. It is my destiny. Oh! To repeat what Darkrai just said, in case nobody is reading, Darkrai would like to spoil Walking Dead Season 2 and up. No, I do not, Dakota. Where am I going? I love the line of refugees. Just really gets across the point there. Something FF12 does pretty well is make you realize just how bad things are from an upper perspective and a downer perspective, basically. Nope, Dakota. More hunts. It's really sad that the guy who requested me to stream this is not on right now, but whatever. Best song in the game. From him. So, you know how we talk about how FF10 is a really depressing setting? If you ever pay attention to some of the background lore for FF12, it's a pretty screwed up setting too. Virtually all of the enemies we fight, and I mean literally, like at least, I shouldn't say that, it's exaggerative, but like 40% of the enemies that we fight that are not animals and beasts, so I guess at that point it'd be like 80%, are people who died under bad situations, or died in combat, or their spirits weren't able to rest because they died in the wrong area. And in other words, the idea here is that if you die in Ivalice, you don't get to rest in any sense of the word. You get to be stuck around being this horrible undead creature of doom. And that's a common fixture in the background lore of FF12. Like, and I'm not exaggerating too. These are the undead who died under these exact circumstances. These are the undead who died under these exact circumstances. These are the undead who died in this area. You know, yada yada yada. Fun place. Well, given how war-torn this setting is, war is actually the single most common trait of Ivalice, and the fact that undeath is a thing in setting, and the fact that this is a setting that is exceptionally magical in the more poisonous sense of the word. If you don't know what I mean by that, the idea here is that rather than magic being a tool we use to better our lives, magic is a poison that we alter to benefit ourselves. So yeah, this is a pretty messed up world to live in. Then again, I guess it's comparable to just about any other setting of similar like. It would be interesting to live in a world where your life and death and everything about your existence was determined by noblemen who don't even know that you exist. And don't care. Final Fantasy I did not have a big war in its setting. Final Fantasy III didn't. Final Fantasy IV is debatable. Final Fantasy V didn't. Final Fantasy X didn't, only because Sin doesn't qualify as a war so much as a disaster. I wasn't really qualifying that, Samurai. I guess I could concede the point, so I won't even argue it. Yeah, I've noticed Gideon Emery's been doing more stuff lately, which is a good thing. I guess that's true. Sin was formed because of war. So I guess we could go ahead and add FF10 to the list. More fuel to the fire of the proper theme of FF10, of there being no major villains, just everything is screwed up. I do, Myron. Holy crap. What's funny is, you'd think, based on the events of the end of FF10, the number of fiends would actually go down. You know, because there's a lot less people dying bad deaths who aren't able to be sent, right? I mean, that's logical. However, according to FF10-2, the number of fiends had actually been going up. Which, I have to be completely honest, does not actually make sense to me. The Fine Bros situation? You're gonna have to remind me what you're talking about, Darkrai. Unless it's some more copy wrong garbage, in which case I think I've made my opinion on copy wrong pretty clear. You know, I think FF12 might be the only one of the list we've listed so far where it's not just war in the backstory, but wars, plural. See you around, Corrales. Hang on, am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, the fact that they're being copyright trolls to begin with is disgusting, and I'm just gonna say that way. The fact that they're trying to pretend they're not being copyright trolls is revolting. So, unfortunately, I do find myself agreeing with something Jim Sterling said, aka, this is just going to get worse. Copy wrong is already disgustingly broken as of now. The fact that people are trying to push the envelope to see how much further they can go is just terrible. Yeah, we could try it. Immune. Oh, that's why. Wow. I can't even touch this thing. I'm gonna stop trying. Yeah, FF9 has a recent war in its backstory, for God's sakes. I have seen all of the garbage that they did to try and continue FF10's story, yes, Myron. Obviously, I just made my opinion on it clear, based on how I said that. Because there's actually 3 things total. There's the audio thing, there's the little book thing, and then there's the other book thing. And I hate them all. That is one ugly cat. It's not a full book, but yes, Myra. Because there's the one where Tidus kicks the bomb, which is stupid. There's the one where they go to the past, which is stupid. There's the one where Sin comes back and they're ready to fight the new Sin, which is stupid. There's the one where they talk about how everything is going to come back infinitely and forever and they can't escape the cycle of death and horror because of calling, or whatever they called it, which is stupid. I guess I don't really have anything else to add to that sentence. The end. This sentence has been copyrighted by the lore runner. And no, I don't think FF10 is bad. Actually, I rather enjoy FF10. Oh, someone asked earlier the grindiest FF, and I never got an answer to my question about that. Do you mean for just the main game, or for optional stuff? I'm sorry, Myron. I will try very hard to stop finding terrible things in the future. I don't even know what to make of this creature. It's a weird thing. That's it. Actually, I can't tell you what I can think of this thing. Let's tell you the lore behind that creature. Come on. Come on. There we go. There it is. Called Emperor for the intricate pattern on its wings, much resembling the exquisite embroideries one might find on an emperor's robe. Living mainly in ravines and gulches and mountainous terrain, their eyesight has deteriorated in the dark, so they now hunt primarily by their other senses. They sense much through their distinctive horn, which serves us withal as a vicious weapon for the impaling of foes. Oh, the internet, Myron. Most poorly written character of the FFs. Like all of them? Replace your protagonist with a chocobo. I'm picturing a chocobo in like Paladin's armor now. Is Xenoblade Chronicles the new one or the old one? Because I've played the one on the Wii and I have not played the one on the Wii U. I could do that, Dog Andes, but nobody wants me to. Hopefully I will not be advancing the plot here. I'm not! Fantastic. Hey, Naruto. Then yes, I've played the Wii one. You know, I'm not sure there is such a thing, Rory. Really. God, poor Freya. It's such a shame it didn't continue, too. Because it, you know, should have. The least love? Hope, FF13. Screw that guy. Nobody likes Hope. Nobody. Except Silver Dragoon. He likes Hope. Anyways, to answer the question from earlier, finally. The grindiest FF where, Ow! Ow. Grindiest FF, in terms of just doing primary plot stuff, is FF2, in my opinion. The grindiest FF involving actually doing all the optional stuff is FF10. And the grindiest FF, if we're counting it, which we're not, is FF11. So I hope that answers that question. Damn it, camera. Stop obeying the 6-axis. Oh, there you go. One person likes hope. We've officially made our point from earlier. Yes, I have, Darkrai. Hey, Dragoon. Yes, so where is she? I liked Hope's mother. There we go. So in case you're missing what's happening here, this is an... so earlier I had a hunt for a young man to go recover a ring that had been eaten by a fiend. Once we recovered the ring and brought it back, he told us to give it to her. Well, naturally, we had to then wait for daytime to come around, and when we talked to her, it turns out that that ring was one that her husband went out to find years ago and died in the process of finding, and we have now returned the ring to her. Little tidbits like that are one of the things I like about doing the hunts. Most of them are just, yeah, there's this thing. But a lot of them, I'd say like half of them, do actually have lore behind them. Just little bits of lore here and there. Whoops. Children. Right, children. Why to go at it? It sounds terrible, Darkrai, so I suppose that's appropriate. Squeenix. Ever since I played Dissidia, I can't call them that, though. Which character has the worst dress sense in what? Like, ever? Across everything? I don't know. That's too big of a pool to draw from. I guess I'll kill these really quick. In Final Fantasy. Okay, so that's still a pretty big pool. I'm tempted to say all of Spira as my answer. Seriously. So I need... But if I have to pick one character... What Aki Ross thing are you talking about, Darby? And the answer is yes, regardless. I made a rule with this recent situation that I wouldn't turn down rumination requests from patrons. Unless it was something that was forbidden, obviously. So even if it's something I really don't want to do, I will still do it. I will suffer. Okay, how do I make this guy show up? Okay. No, I do not, Darkrai. 4 million was plenty. He's hated because he's a terrible character, Dog Andes. I don't understand the question. Die, cute rabbit. I already did that, Snaterade. Seriously, it's on my YouTube. You can go find it. It's actually kind of funny, at this point in time, having done this for 4.5 years now, how many times I'm asked, so why don't you do a rumination on insert thing here? And I'm like, well, I already have. And they're like, oh my gosh, really? Seriously, it's becoming a more and more common thing as time goes on, which amuses me greatly. Yeah. Okay, is that everything? That's everything. Alright, this way. You're right, Dog Andes. I should do a video on Mass Effect 3's ending. I should do like 4 videos on Mass Effect 3's ending. Behold the dreaded Cluckatrice! Except there's more than one. Oh my god. It was just the Cluckatrice's baby. I guess I could Dragoon, but I'd rather do a lore run of them, honestly. Death to the infidels. For reference, birds are now infidels. So saith the Umbra. Damn it, Nicholas. One of the things that's forbidden for requests is television series. Yes, it is psychotic. This way. That's why I got basically nothing out of that. Sure, Darkrai, I will do both. It'll take me a while, but I'll get through it. About a month, I'm thinking, for the lore run. As long as I can include Chrono Trigger, because it is a Final Fantasy game after all. Yeah, I explained why that's true, Snaterade, in the first few minutes of the video. Hey, Rascor. Oh yeah, there's been plenty of things like that, Enigma, but that hasn't been true for, like, 2 years, I want to say? Something like that. It's been a while since I've actually chosen what I ruminate on. I've been taking requests since I was doing this out of the office. So, I guess it's actually longer than 2 years now. The Rise of Darkrai Moon. Once upon a time, there was a man named Darkrai Moon. He stood up one day and said, I am arisen. And then he got hit by a bus. The end. That is true. The best game of all time. Oh God, why? Oh God. Yes, it has, Enigma. It has been a bit. Thank God I never want to go back to that terrible job. All Dragon Party. I don't think Chrono Cross would qualify as a Lamentation. Lamentation is a pretty severe qualifier. Like, there's nothing below Lamentation in my book. But, yeah. Okay, he's got to be in here, then. Wait, I'm sorry, I gotta read this one really quick. For those who didn't read it. It's the strangest thing. I was in Bujerba not long back, and there was someone running around pretending to be Captain Bosch. Whatever for? No. No, for me there's nothing below Lamentation. Oh my God, where is this bastard? Must kill everything. Aw, how sweet. And then they both died. The most recent thing I've played, that would be Lamentation category, probably Bad Rats. Because for some reason, you guys hate me and wanted me to play that. I don't know why, you know, I'm not here to judge. Oh! That's the guy. This is the guy who's the thing. Sadly, there's no burninations for the peasants, Trigo. Maybe the cottages, the thatched straw cottages. Why wouldn't his name be Sorbet? I mean, honestly. Wouldn't you name your child Sorbet? Especially if you were a Moogle. Okay. I'm gonna look that one up, Psychotic, because I don't remember the requirements for this one. No, Darkrai. Strangely enough, I didn't record it. For some weird reason. Where's the damn thing? A chill run of that? Really? Hey, I've said it before. If you guys want me to play a terrible game, all you have to do is pay me money for it. I'm serious. I'm also completely unashamed of that fact. You want me to suffer for your entertainment, it's going to cost you. Hell, I already did the Mad Nation. Ugh. And then I had to look at it again when I was talking about worst games of all time. That's right, I did play Chain of Memories. Oh god. The nightmares haunt me still. See, Samurai says he didn't ask me to, but what he actually did was he privately messaged me and he was like, listen, I know you hate Chain of Memories, and for that reason, I will actually pay you $1 in order to play Chain of Memories. And of course, I am ever a slave to my viewers, so... Sonoshi, what is with you wanting to watch me go through the Grand Palace again? I've already done it. Damn it. Oh god, Katamari Damacy. That was actually causing me issues playing through that. What the heck? Thanks, Samurai. Which one is Manhunt? Is that the terrible game that was designed solely to generate controversy? Or the other terrible game that was generated solely to make controversy? There's so many. See you around, Darkrai. Okay, so I need... Let's lose control. God, this freaking dungeon. God, I have to go all the way over there. Okay, so I want... I'm not sure what I want. I want to go this way. Okay, let's go that way instead.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, any game that is obviously banned by Twitch or would get me in trouble with Twitch is not a game I'm inclined to play on Twitch. Other examples include dating sims, anything like Rock Band or Guitar Hero. I guess that's it, really. So I need... Okay, yeah. Really? Okay, fine. How is there water here, but not in the other... Well, you know, whatever. I'm not going to question it. Okay, this is not where I want to go. Damn it! I don't even know how to get over there. Ah. No, psychotic. You know what? Here's your rumination. It's junk! There's the rumination. Hope you enjoyed. I need to keep... Okay. Besides, if memory serves, My Immortal would actually violate the rules. Not because it's terrible, but because of its sexual content. I could be wrong about that. I hope to God I'm right about that, so that gives me a convenient excuse to actually have an ironclad reason never to look at it. Also, hi, Karito. Sorry, I just noticed your message there. Glad you like my Star Trek stuff. Welcome to my stream. We're not really doing anything specific today. We're just kind of chilling and dying horribly. Oh my god. We're just kind of doing a chill run, which is, you know, no big event, no big lore, just relaxing and playing a game. Because this was requested before the question. But anyways, if you want to chat with me, chat with the viewers, you know, I like having an interactive stream. Yes, but it still qualifies psychotic, and therefore I'm free! Free! Actually, Squick is also forbidden by my rules, so I guess that would also qualify. Since I don't do Squick at all. Okay. Plot is the central primary, or I guess it's something. Plot is the thread of events that ties together a story. Lore is stuff that has to do with the background elements that make up a story. And story is the 5 elements that consist with that concept. So, for those of you who have never heard me say this, 5 points, right? So we've got plot, we've got characterization, we've got character development, we've got thematic, and we've got settings. So these are the 5 points about that make up story. And I have no idea where I'm going. I am totally freaking lost. Because I can't change the sluices. And I need to get over there. And I don't know how to get over there. Anyways. So that's what the 5 points of story are. Now you might be asking, where did you come up with those 5 points of story? Actually, I may have read that in a book or something, but I have no memory of that. I believe that's an invention of my own making. So, I'm not trying to claim credit for it. I'm just saying I have no recollection of taking that from anything. But for example, the plot of FF12 is Ocuria are trying to manipulate Vayne, who is manipulating the political situation of Arcadia versus Rosaria, into a new war, and we're trying to stop him. That's the plot. The lore would be everything. Lore is the most catch-all term when it comes to story stuff. Lore, it just can involve anything. The side quest I did, which involved me finding out about the woman's husband who died years prior, that was lore. The background info on the technology, on the characters, on the creatures, on the locations, on the architecture, on the art, on the music, on the food, on the politics, on the history, on the warfare, on the combat, and the magic, all of that, everything is lore. It is all lore. Lore. Lore is everything about a video game that is not the gameplay. But even that doesn't really describe it properly. Damn it. How am I supposed to get over there? Also, are you guys making fun of my various verbal tics? I know I have them. I've even tried to fix them over the years, and then I gave up, because I can't. I have verbal tics, and I cannot lie. Where am I going? Okay, so if I go that way... But that doesn't connect to... How do I... Yes, Lore is Data's brother. Damn it, Sonasheet, please... So, some of you may wonder why I've gotten so draconian about requests lately. Would you believe it's because I have a large viewer base? It's not that big. I mean, I'm not as big as anybody who's actually an internet celebrity or anything like that. But I am at the point now where if I was to just do what I used to do and take requests as they came, I would have like 100 plus, and this is not an exaggeration, 100 plus requests of ruminations to do. That's 2 years of content, assuming I keep up with it. 2 years. Actually, that's 2 years plus, because oftentimes people don't request a single game or a single movie. They request a series. They request a franchise. So, the reason I have had to get orderly, and the reason I have had to actually start having rules about how I take requests, is because if I don't, it's just going to be this massive chaos of doom like it used to be. And again, I'll never actually catch up with the requests. So now, we have a very orderly, simple, clear-cut situation. You have to actually be a patron. When the floodgates are open, be someone who has actually put money forth into it. And then, when that has happened, you can request on the post that I've already made, and I put those, and I go through it, then I'll open up the floodgates again later. That's how we're doing it now. We have gotten a little bit more organized each year. That we have had to... that this show has existed. And I feel bad about it, believe it or not. But realistically speaking, I only have so many hours in the day, and I can't ruminate on 100 things. I mean, I could, eventually. It's not like I'm going to run out of content, right? But, yeah. I have to balance that with stream requests. I have to balance that with lore run requests. I have to balance that with actually doing the other 4 features. Or I could, of course, just cancel everything except for the ruminations, which I know a few of my viewers would actually like it if I did that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, this is great. I love it when I have a boss that I can't hurt. I wouldn't be opposed to Stargate 1 being looked at as a series thing, but that is way in the future. In fact, that is literally 5+ years in the future. And I'm not saying that to be, you know, like derogatory. I actually like Stargate quite a lot. But the problem is, I already have so many shows to look at, and I'm already looking at all of them. Like, I'm already doing 2 looks at a television show every week, which increased my workload solely for the sake of getting through it quicker. So again, I do feel bad, but I have, you know, a life outside of this. I watch Mini-Zan all the time, so, you know, I'm babysitting, basically, and raising her. And I do interact with my friends and family, and I do have bills to pay, just like all the rest of you guys do. And then I have the show, which takes up the other 90 hours of my week. So, if I could do more, I would. Sorry. Anyways, so, what was I saying? In response to Koida's question. Guns! So, why... I've often felt guns are usually crap in settings, in fantasy settings and whatnot. DG, I think Samurai could answer your question there. Oh, I'm absolutely gonna do something with Legion Psychotic. That's guaranteed. It's also been requested. Fab Alex, I will actually make a post saying, here is the list of stuff I'm going to do, because there are a couple things I have to deny, unfortunately. And I will make a post saying, you know, the floodgates are closed, etc., etc. This looks like this is going to be a long fight. Let's turn on speed there, shall we? I will also, depending on how the move goes, I may take some time off, just completely off, after the WoW lore run. And after that point in time, just get caught up again, you know, just literally do a hard reset on my life, because the last year has been one of the most hectic, stressful, terrifying years of my entire life, and it has been very difficult keeping up with everything while doing so. I took off his sword because his sword does damage that heals the boss. So, yeah. Oh, you're not being a pest, Kirito. So in answer to that, I haven't actually decided. I know that DS9 or TNG is next after Voyager. I really haven't decided which yet, because I like DS9 more, and I want to talk about it more. But at the same time, TNG would be more logical to do it next, and, is also awesome. I mean, I love TNG, as much as it's got some terribleness in it. So, yeah. Fantasy and guns. So, from a gameplay balance-wise, it is very, very difficult to balance guns with other types of weapons. So, there's 3 things I've noticed game designers do over the years. One of those things is they'll take... They'll get rid of other guns, or other weapons, basically. It'll just be guns. Nothing else. Just guns. And every weapon in the game is guns. And when you're balancing guns against guns, it's easy to balance at that point. So there you go. That's the first thing you see happen. Second thing you tend to see happen is... you have guns alongside other weapons, but the guns are very primitive. And again, I keep pointing this out. In real life, this was true for a long time. We have had gun technology for centuries, but it only really became commonplace about 2 centuries ago, give or take. So even though guns have existed for a long time, they were sufficiently weak and limited that a sword was just a better weapon. Or a axe was just a better weapon, 90% of the time. So that's the other way you do guns. Have guns be junk, and basically be an alternative to a bow, or something like that. Less range, more damage kind of a situation. The final thing that you could do is actually balance them equally so that guns are and I've seen very, very few games do this, guns being the technology, and weapons being the magic, and having the 2 being balanced out. Actually, this is something I like. In quite a few different aspects of fiction, is where magic and technology are both basically about equal in terms of strength. So that sword they're using is a enchanted sword, or a magically augmented sword, which enables them to be able to withstand or be able to stand up against the technology of the weapon. World of Warcraft, I know this is a weird example, is actually a good example of a setting that balances technology and magic basically equally. A demon lord can be beaten by artillery under the right circumstances. But at the same time, a massive mecha could also be beaten by a warrior with enchanted gear, so... yeah. Anyways, I'm not saying that it's impossible to code. I'm just saying it would take effort, and I've noticed most developers don't want to bother. What am I doing? I'm doing something with him to make him... oh! That's what I'm doing. I'm actually doing it with you. Of course, I could also point out the obvious difference between a bow and a crossbow, for example. This also applies to guns. I mean, using a gun well takes lots of training and skill, sure, but using a gun is a lot easier than using a bow. So, yeah. That is a commonality. Why don't I... do I have that spell? I do not. Arcanum is a great example of a balance between magic and technology, absolutely. The only thing that's kind of unique about Arcanum is they went out of their way to make it so that magic and technology are incompatible as well, which I thought was an interesting design choice. And helps inform the setting while I'm on the subject. I have seen Equilibrium, yes. A rather, not well-known movie, to my knowledge. But anyways, I haven't decided if I'll do DS9 or TNG next. I might go to the original series next, too, and just start from the beginning. I haven't decided yet. That's literally, what is it? I did the math on this. That's about a year off, I want to say. Before I'll be done with Voyager. You're right, guys. I should do Enterprise first. Okay, here's my Enterprise rumination. No, I'm kidding. Actually, it has been requested I do an Enterprise look at. If I do look at Enterprise, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one episode on Season 1. And then one episode on Season 2. And then I'm going to probably go through the rest of the episodes on Season 3, 4, because those are actually good episodes. And, of course, Farscape is going to be done. Farscape will be in the non-Star Trek slot, and that'll be Mondays. So whenever I'm done with Babylon 5, Farscape is actually next. I know that one. I really enjoyed Season 3 and Season 4, even though there was still some Trek in those seasons. Like, Baker Street or whatever it was called, I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, that is, yeah, I do like Season 3 overall quite a bit, actually. My favorite episode is probably Damage and the trilogy surrounding it. But anyways, how many Lamentations in Enterprise? Alright, all of Season 1, all of Season 2, so that's what, like 40 Lamentations? In all seriousness, there are multiple Enterprise episodes I would consider Lamentations. I'd have to think about it, but there are definitely multiple. Has anyone requested Doctor Who? Thank God, no. I actually don't want to ruminate on Doctor Who. It's really a completely different animal, and I would have to decide what I would be ruminating on. Because there's New Who, starting with Eccleston, and then there's All of Who, which I can't actually see all of. I can hear all of. I've got the audiobooks are available at least, but yeah. Yeah, Doctor Who would be a ridiculous undertaking. That is a decades-old show that is still going to this day. I mean, oh my god. So, bottom line, if someone asked me right now if I'm ruminating on Doctor Who, my answer would be no. Yeah, I was going to say, it's also worth noting that Doctor Who, Doctor Who is such a weird show, because on the one hand, it relies a lot on continuity, setting continuity mostly, but also character continuity. And yet, on the other hand, it constantly contradicts itself. Constantly retcons itself, constantly disagrees with its own timeline, and yet it would not be able to go forward if it was not constantly referencing its old stuff. And I mean, there have been episodes in the 10th Doctor, excuse me, the 11th Doctor's run, that have referenced things that happen in the 2nd Doctor's run, for God's sakes. So it's ridiculous trying to keep all that straight. Define story for me, Kirito, if you don't mind. What do you mean by story? The best story. What do you mean by that? I'd have to think about that, Samurai. I would not say no to that automatically like I would the show. I'll say that. You know, Will Wheaton. I was talking to Will Wheaton once 2 years ago. And he actually had something, some of you have seen this, he had something really awesome to say about Stephen Moffat. He said that Moffat is a great plot writer and a terrible character writer. And I thought, that actually got me thinking, I actually found myself agreeing with him. Moffat is really great at making convoluted, complicated, intricate plots, but really his character work is just completely lackluster by comparison. I find that interesting. And I've agreed with him pretty much ever since. Anyways, strongest plot of the FFs. I'm assuming we're just going to count FF 1 through 9. Or 10, if you were. Or 12. FF 1 through 12. God! Okay. I'll admit, you got me there, Sibylline. I was deep in thought and everything. Look, I'm just saying, Zawon. Eventually I'll beat this boss, I swear. No, Chemic. See, I've really just described it properly. It has strong continuity and constantly contradicts its own continuity. That really describes Doctor Who in a nutshell. Thank you, Zawon. Okay, best plot, best plot. See you, Dragoon. Why? What are you doing, Zeiss? Are you just watching me dance for your amusement? You are. You're terrible, Zeiss. Oh god, I'm dying. I'm dying! Okay, hang on. I have 3 ethers and 1 high ether. Do I have any elixirs? Okay, come on, get the mana, get the mana! Do it! Jesus! Did you see that delay? Ugh, dead. Hang on a second, I need to pay attention for just a minute because this has gone wonky very, very quickly. Oh, jeez. Do it! Stop delaying! Ah, run. Hang on. So I'm actually being killed by what is effectively a bug here. If you're noticing this, the delay is literally what's killing me. Quite literally, because item usage should be instantaneous, but it's not because of the delay being caused by this. I may be an infinite loop of death here. Nope. Run. Ah, not now! Whoever it is. Oh my god. Seriously? Oh, this is ultra bad. Okay, so no, I know what I'm gonna do. Okay. Items. Phoenix Stone. Get it off. Okay. God damn it, he already cast Water Aga. Well, that's about to annihilate some people. Where have you been, Psychotic? Shoot, man. Oh my god. Ugh! God damn Water Aga spamming jackass. Hang on. And he's got such a sliver of health left. This is so aggravating. Go, Larsa! Carry us to victory! I can't swap out party members because frick, he's chain casting Water Aga. Oh my god. Okay, what was that last donation that just came out? Samurai, who was surprising me and distracting me. Thank you, Samurai. Appreciate your contribution to the killing Arsh thing. Undead boss. How would I do an undead boss? Let me think on that for a minute. Is he still casting Water Aga? Of course he is. What else would he be doing? Wait. He's not. She's not targeted. Come on, Fran. Come on. Okay, fine. Do this. Get your cast off. Come on. Fran, seriously. There you go. Good girl. Okay, now get the hell out of Dodge. What is she being targeted by? Wataraga is not actually targeting me. I'm over here. This freaking game. Alright, fine. Whatever. Undead boss. Larsa is literally the only one doing damage right now, I feel like pointing out. Quite literally. Hey! Larsa once again carried us to victory. I really don't like that one change in the international version. That's probably the only thing I don't like about the international version. The fact... Okay, so... For those of you not aware... Zeiss. One of the changes in the international version is if I was to go to a license board and unlock a quickening, it doesn't increase my mana. And that was a hugely important aspect to my strategies in vanilla game. And I can't do that in international version, so my mana pool is way more limited than it, otherwise would be. So, yeah. Hey, I am a dancing machine. What can I say? Okay, I need to get the hell out of here. I'm not sure what I would do with an undead boss. I'm still debating your question, Ziwan. Because defining a mob as undead in like a raid environment, a WoW environment, a Zelda-style boss, it basically involves either requiring you to have a certain setup to fight the boss, which I'm always hesitant to do, or the kind of thing where the boss... Like, imagine the boss could self-res itself. And each time... Oh, I can re-equip my weapon now. Each time you kill the boss, it goes into like a phylactery form or something like that. And then the phylactery has a completely separate health bar, and killing the phylactery is what actually kills the boss permanently. And it has a... let's go ahead and make it complicated. Rather than a timer that will res the boss back into its more corporeal form, why don't we make it so that each % of damage it takes in the phylactery will increase the amount of relative power of the main form. So you have to decide exactly how much damage you're going to do to the phylactery in a given round before it goes back into its main form. Because if you just go completely hog wild into the phylactery, you have a situation where the boss will spawn. So you're on E, Thomas. The boss will spawn and be super strong and just beat the snot out of you. So you need to actually hold back and try and figure out what it is that your team, your group, can actually handle with the main boss. And then, of course, just have a timer for him going from phylactery to main thing. And you do, of course, have to kill the phylactery in order to actually beat the boss. So you do have to do at least some damage to the phylactery while you are managing this. So there you go. There's an undead boss design. Nothing too complicated. Let's go ahead and turn that off, shall we? Hey, look! A heal. Thank God. Also, I love the Marlboro's mustaches, too. You know what I love a lot? The Mario and Luigi series. Now, I know you're like, well, why is that coming up? Well, one of my favorite things about the Mario and Luigi series is the luck stat, which is used for criticals and loot drops and that kind of thing. It's called Stash. I like that. No, you cannot nominate. Unless you go fight a completely optional super boss who drops a special elixir whose only purpose is to one-shot the undead boss. Right. A disease-centered undead boss. Yeah, I've done that too, Psychotic. I'm actually, well, I shouldn't say now. I currently have a save of going through Mario and Luigi Dream Team. And I'm really enjoying it. Or I guess I should say I was really enjoying it, because obviously I haven't played it lately, but you get the point. It's awesome! Damn it. Let me think about the disease thing for a second, because there's several ways you can go that. Mario Sunshine lore run. Okay, so here's Mario, and there's Bowser and Bowser Jr., and for some reason Peach doesn't deny that she's Bowser's mother, which is just kind of creepy. It's a great game, though. I absolutely love Mario Sunshine. I just don't think there's much lore to talk about there. Yes, I've defeated your wobbly white nemesis. Wait, where are you going? No, come back. There have been several disease-based bosses, actually. Yeah, she doesn't. Isn't that weird, Kuroto? She really doesn't. And he's like, "You're my mama," and her response is, "I'm your mother?" She doesn't say, "No, I'm not." She says, "Okay, look, your dad's Bowser, right?" None of that. She's just like, "Huh?" And then, and all the time she's spending in the hot tub with them, she's just like, "Nope." At no point in time does she deny it. What am I doing? Okay, so here's what I'd do. Have a boss, no heart and rage, but every insert time here, this would be a balancing mathematics equation, but insert every period of time, your max HP is reduced by a percentage, by a disease that you have on you. Now you have a choice to go ahead and cure this disease. It is a curable. It's not a red debuff. It's a brown debuff. So you can actually cure it off. But each time you cure it off, let's go ahead and say that it not only spreads to someone else, but it adds a stacking debuff to the person that it left. So, for example, let's say it gets on the tank. Well, you want to get that off the tank immediately. So, you immediately dispel the tank. The tank now has a debuff so that if any time he gets the disease again, rather than reducing his health by, like, his max health by 1%, it reduces it by 2%. And again, you need to get that off him quickly. When you cure it off of him, each time you cure it off of him, based on how long it was on the target, a number of a stack of buff goes onto the boss. So if it's on someone for 5 seconds, the buff, or 10 seconds, let's say, the boss gets 5 stacks of a buff that increases his damage by 5% or whatever. You know, a fairly small number, but the kind of thing that in a group of 25 fighters or whatever will increase rather significantly. Especially if you're not staying on top of that. Also, I would have that debuff percent increment basically infinitely. So in other words, if you're just trying to non-stop dispel all over the place, you're going to get a situation where the moment the disease pops onto you, you're going to have so many stacks of the debuff, you just die instantly. It removes your maximum health by 90% or 100% or whatever. So you do need to actually eat the disease for a period of time. Does it, Pyro? I guess it does, now that I'm thinking about it. And actually, it's impossible to come up with new mechanics. I've said that before, but I wasn't trying to deliberately ape the Lich King fight. Let's see. In addition to that, one of the other things I would have is have a couple of other types of diseases. For example, just some basic stuff. For example, how about have a disease that whenever it's cleansed off of you, it drops something on the ground wherever you were, and that's just a spot of doom. You know, it's don't stand in the fire. There's this pile of puke on the ground. Anytime you stand there, you just take a ridiculous amount of damage henceforth. So anybody who gets that disease needs to drop it over there or something like that. Really basic stuff like that. Or how about a disease that can't actually be cured, cannot actually be dispelled, but it does more damage if you're grouped up with someone else who has the same kind of disease. Just really simple stuff like that. I can't really think of anything really innovative that I would do with a disease-based boss. Then again, I don't think any boss I've ever designed has ever really been that innovative. Although one time I figured out how to make Xigbar a boss in World of Warcraft. I'm not kidding. I was actually pretty proud of that one. Ooh, okay, hang on. I thought of another disease we could add to the disease boss. Have a disease that only ever targets the tanks, okay? This disease cannot be dispelled, and it only lasts, we'll say about 3 seconds. A fairly short period of time. While you have that disease up, any hit that hits you kills you. Just like that. Any damage you take is an instant death. I like that idea. The idea, in case you're not catching it, being that you're supposed to use something that prevents you from getting hit for, a short period of time, like shield block or whatever, or a bubble, in order to prevent you from taking damage for those 3 seconds, so you don't die instantly. You can also use a tank swap. That's a good point. That's another way to get around that. So there you go. 2 ways to get around that. Or I can make now see, an interesting thing. Tank swaps are such a common thing nowadays. They're considered normal, and it's obvious why. Actually, the reason for tank swap being such a common mechanic is because virtually every raid across like the whole of the game, whether you're 10-man or 18-man or 25-man or whatever, doesn't matter. You're going to have 2 tanks in the group. So every boss is designed around the idea of both of your tanks having something to do, and the easiest way to make that happen is to have a tank swap situation. So there is a way to basically make it so you can't tank swap. It's very simple, actually. Make the boss untauntable. So you can't tank swap. You have to eat it. You have to have something in place to survive the hit, to prevent you from taking the damage for those 3 seconds. That's one of the things I would probably do in that case. Another thing to deal with the 2 tanks thing is have ads that have to be dealt with, or ads that have to be dealt with while the tank is... Sometimes ads and tank swaps are used simultaneously. You want someone to tank one and then the other and then swap and so forth and so on. I don't think I am capable of that Mind Blast. I'm not very innovative or creative or anything, really. You can pyro. It's much, much more difficult. And I would allow them to do that if they wanted to, but I think I would make it untauntable specifically so that is not the intended method for which to deal with that. So if you can actually have that kind of coordination, go for it. And that's awesome on the part of the players. But yeah, the intended method is for you to not take a hit for those 3 seconds. Well, since FF12 Maniac isn't even on right now, I think we're going to go ahead and just go advance the plot. So let's go do that. The Xigbar fight that I designed was primarily centered around avoidance. Basically, the idea was that he did so much damage with any of his attacks that if you got hit by any of them at all, you would die. Or at the very least, you would need a ridiculous amount of healing. So the goal of the fight was to be aware of what his attacks were and to literally dodge them and bypass them. Nerdman, I am not talking about that. You know what? I never answered the plot question because I was interrupted by a donation. So let me think about that for a moment. Best plot in a Final Fantasy game. So the ones that come to my mind immediately for having the strongest plot, in no particular order, are FF2, FF4, FF6, and FF9 and FF12. I think are the 5 that come to mind for the most the strongest plot specifically within a story. Of these, I'm not sure which one I would pick as actually the strongest. So I'd have to think about it, but so I'm just going to answer all 5 of those and leave it at that. So this is a nice little section here. There's a lot of NPCs here. A decent amount of them you can actually talk to as well. This is a religious sanctuary, which is not easy to reach. And I want to point that out because I feel like, you know, some people don't fully understand the extent. FF6 Curator, that's a really easy answer for me. Some people don't understand. So we are down here. See where we are? Mount Bur Omases. People have to wander through the ice, barefoot, as Balthier points out, through the jungle, through the plains, and probably through the desert as well, in order to get all the way out here. And, as was Takoida pointed out, there's no yacht. Or rather, there is yacht, so there's no airships. So you have to come here on foot. And yet there are still droves and droves of people here, so many of them, actually, to the point that that they're actually having trouble keeping them all fed and taken care of. And, yeah, that's... I just point this out because it's a nice way to show the conflict and the war that's going on background, the Cold War at this point, but still, without actually showing us the fighting. It's a good way to show the consequences of what's going on in the Arcadia versus Rosaria thing. Or, to use the quote that I love to use so many times, when the elephants fight, it is the ground that suffers. Yes, I have, Nerdman. There's no need to repeat yourself. It's only been like 4 lines, dude. Don't spam. Yes, I have played several of the old Indiana Jones games, and in fact, I have enjoyed several of the old Indiana Jones games. Probably Search for Atlantis or whatever is my favorite off the top of my head, but it's been a while, obviously. And as we talk to people, we find out that there's people here from Rabanastra, there's people here from Nalbina, there's a couple people here from Nabudis, too. Again, refugees. People who are fleeing everything. The good news, of course, is that this is a religious sanctuary, and there's no way anyone would come in here with a military force, kill the equivalent of the Pope, and act... and yeah, okay, yeah, you get it. We also see that not everyone here is a refugee. Some people here are basically lazy. They are just here because they want, you know, an easy life for all intents and purposes. They can just exist off of the food and supplies that are here, rather than, you know, working or taking care of themselves or whatever. Favorite weapon type? I've always been fond of a scythe. It's kind of rare, too. And yeah, there's someone right there who is from Landis. A.k.a. Nabudis. Yeah, I've heard about that Nerdman. Haven't read it myself, though. Also, I like that guy's comment. If you go further up, you'll find the temple grounds, at least I think. I'm not an expert on the area because they don't feed you up there. No, Psychotic. No, I do not. I have never been a fan of Dot Hack. Hey, Nether. As ever, Nerdman, unless it's on the forbidden list, if it's requested, I will adhere to doing it. Whether I like it or not. So a nice panoramic view of the place here. I don't want to compare this guy to the Pope, because the idea is that this guy's actually well beloved by the majority of the world. And I'm going to say that as neutrally as I can, to avoid getting into topics that I don't really want to get into. But yeah, the Grand Cultus, or however the heck they pronounce that, is actually genuinely sacred to most of the people in the entire world. The Forbidden List is, you ask and I tell you if it's forbidden. No, it's really obvious what the Forbidden List is. I shouldn't even have to tell you. If you use your brain, you will know what the Forbidden List is. I'm not going to say a damn thing about that, Samurai. Another nice little lore tidbit. So these floating islands that are around here, apparently there was a whole floating continent here once, which has since been crushed, and the yacht is what was being used to power those floating islands, is what keeps some of them in the air. No, Psychotic. Although the arcade version is. See, I don't agree, Nerdman, because it's really, really obvious what the forbidden games are. If you ask me to do a hentai game, no. If you ask me to do a dating sim, no. If you ask me to do a television series, no. If you ask me to do something that's just disgusting or deplorable, no. That's it. That's the forbidden list. It's really simple. It's the common sense list. And hello, SK84 Ulivin. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Hi. I like the emoji there. FF13 was a forbidden game, but obviously that doesn't apply anymore. Once upon a time, I actually had a rule that I would never ruminate on a game that I don't enjoy. That rule has been removed, so there's no need to list that rule anywhere. Because, yeah, it's not applicable anymore. Skate for a living. Got it. Gotcha. Quake 4 would not qualify now. So there's a recent Vieira who has left the woods. Oh god, how do you speedrun a game like this? Jeez Louise. How much RNG is involved in that? Alright, so, Nerdman, you realize I've already done a thing on FF13, right? Depends on how things go in the next few months ago. The idea is that, okay, so I don't actually have chemical depression. I have situational depression. I've actually talked about the differences between those two several times. Yes, I do, Horatius. So the idea is if I finally get, everything settled in my life, so I'm just living my life and no longer trying to deal with massive amounts of garbage, then I won't really have as much of an issue with depressive games, so I can then remove that restriction from the list. So hopefully that restriction will be lifted from the list in the future. Yeah, what do you need in the beginning, RNG-wise? Okay, so let's look at what Force Sword here looks at. What I like to do personally, Force Sword, is I prefer to build the world first. I usually start on something that I consider like bones of the world. My favorite example of this, and I actually talked about this just the other day, is food. Now, you may think that sounds weird, but hear me out. Food. Think about the culture that goes into food. Think about the ingredients that goes into food. Think about the preparation, the supply lines, the infrastructure, the chefs, the trading that is necessary to make food happen. It's a great rate to start thinking about things like basic economics, the relationship of organizations to each other, whether it be on the town level or the national level, or on the continent level or whatever. And then you just kind of build your way up until you have a full, an economy working, and that economy sits on the back of a culture, because an economy and a culture are integrally tied in like that. And so, and you just flesh out the world from that point until you have an entire world. And then and that's what I did with Primus. I built the world. Then I sat back and said, okay, I want to come up with some plots, and I thought about things that I felt would be good plots. I actually came up with 13 plots when I first sat down to work on Primus. And I just made notes about them and how they tied into the world, and then let my players run with it. What did jellies drop? How many times have I seen episode 7? Twice at this point. I've seen episode 7. I was hopeful to see it a third time, but that didn't happen. That's what I like to do, Force Swords. I like to do my research and think about that kind of a thing. Naturally, because I actually know economics, food, and history pretty well, I tend to already have the background for that. But I mean, if I was to reround like 10 years back before I really was big on any of this, or 20 years actually, I would sit down and be like, okay, well, let's look at how actual real-life cultures did it, and use that as a backdrop. You don't need to adhere to it. You can always throw in something fantastical, something that doesn't exist in real life, something to vary things. But it's a good starting place. Primus is the name of my my tabletop PnP setting. It's a campaign I'm running for 3 separate parties at the moment. Although I've been a little negligent on those lately. And, I guess that's it. Primus is actually the name of the world. No, come back, Nominee. Oh, well. We lost Nominee again. Remind me to thank her. But yeah, Primus is actually the name of the planet that the campaign is taking place on. And thus the name of the campaign as well. Has anyone here not watched Rebels Season 2 yet? Because if anybody would prefer that not to be spoiled, then yeah. Also true of Force Sword.
Is he sleeping?
No, my child.
Whoa.
I do not sleep.
I built my own Zivon Joker.
I dream.
PNP, pen and paper. Dungeons and Dragons, GURPS, Friday Night Firefight. Dragon Age has its own rule set. Cyberpunk 2020. All of those are PNP, pen and paper. I'll say, so no spoilers, Nerdman. We have people who still haven't watched it.
For reality and illusion are a duality. 2 parts of a whole. Only the mirror of dreams reflects what is true.
Anastasis, Your Grace. I am
Lay
Ashelia.
down your words. Ashelia, daughter of Ramanas, I have dreamt your dream. Who better to carry on the Dalmascan line than she who bears the Dawn Shard?
I've actually heard of Black Eye. I haven't played it myself other than that one
Your
thing.
dream of a kingdom restored is known to me.
Grand Kiltius, then give us your blessing. Grant the Lady Ash her
I do
accession
not
to the...
suppose this is something you might reconsider.
Alcide! Call me weird, but I actually like Alcide as a character. Primus is a very high fantasy with elements of Magitech and technology both within it. I don't know how to qualify that. I'll let other people answer that. So, yeah. This guy, I really wish we got to see more of Rosaria. The only thing we see about Rosaria, ever, in like the whole game, is this guy. And I really find it sad, because I would love to know more about how they work, and how they function, and their culture, and their history, and their people. We actually learn a lot about Arcadia, which I'll talk about later, or maybe not, because it's a chill run, not a lore run. Gotta remind myself of them. We learn quite a bit about Damaska. We learn a bit about Nebradia, or Landis, excuse me. We learn a decent amount about Nebradia as well, and the Jahara and the Viera, but we don't like nothing. This is the only guy. This is our only window into Rosaria.
My little emperor in waiting. You called and I have come.
This is the man I wanted you to meet. Believe it or not, he is a member of the noble house Margrace, rulers of the Rosarian Empire.
Actually, mine's similar to Koida, and there's really only two things I mentioned to incline in that direction. Number one, it would be logical for Arcadia to be a primarily magical empire, with Rosaria being a primarily technological empire. Reason two, he has sunglasses. Now, I know that sounds weird, but he's the only one who wears something that modern-ish in, like, the entire game. And, of course, point three, they had oil wells. They actually built oil wells in the desert. This is pretty much the only mentioning throughout the whole of the game, actually, about oil being used as a resource on a large scale. And it's in Rosaria, so indicative, I think.
I am but one of very, very many. Try as I might, I could not stop this war alone. Thus, I came seeking Lars's assistance.
I do like how their style of dress is noticeably different, though.
Alcide Margrace, at your service. To think I stand before the Lady Ash, it is truly an honor.
I like Penella's reaction there.
I see it is true after all. Stunning is Dalmasca's desert bloom.
I like Lars's reaction,
In
too.
Arcadia, Larsa. In Rosaria, Alcid. They dream not of war. Should empire join with empire, the way will open for a new Evilis in our time.
Grand Kiltias, you speak much of dreams, but in the real world, war is upon us.
Gran Kiltias, I was told my coming here would prevent this war. I was to assume my father's throne and announce the restoration of Dalmas.
I just want to point out, I'm going to unpause. There's something in the upper left of the screen I want you to look at, and then notice how much like an Acuria it looks. You ready? Because when I unpause, it's only going to be there for a few seconds. Upper left. Ready?
Treat with the Empire for peace, and persuade the Resistance to stay their hand. I have not come all this way to be asked to reconsider.
A word from you and the Resistance would stop cold, and Rosaria's pretext for joining the war scattered off to the four winds. This was what we had hoped. Alas, circumstances change. A full 2 years have passed since your reported death. Were it to become known you are still alive, I fear it could only worsen our current situation.
Because I am powerless to help.
Nay, in fact it has little to do with you.
Then what? If Lady Ash were to extend her hand in friendship, perhaps I could then persuade the Emperor. His Excellency will solve things peacefully.
The Emperor Gramis is no more. His life was taken.
Father.
So, this is my favorite cutscene in the entire game.
What possible cause could we have to lay hand on our Emperor?
A deception and an outrage! The Senate will not stand for this!
If you ever wondered what it looked like to have have control of the military in an empire that's basically has a non-military dictatorship, you're kind of looking at it.
A viper amongst our
With
senators?
Chairman Gregoroth as its head, With what dignity remained him, he confessed to the poisoning and passed his own
A
sentence.
viper with many tails. Much of the Senate is culpable.
We had no choice but to strip the Senate of authority and assign powers
Note they all
of
take their
autocracy
helmets
to
off for
myself
this, by
until
the way.
such time as order...
Spare me your lies! I see the serpent coiled here before me!
Trace, you speak too freely.
Zargabath! Do not tell me you join in his mama's farce!
With Rosaria poised to invade at any moment, our leader must have a free hand.
The once great House Solidor is now reduced to myself and my dear brother Larsa.
Surely you would not go so far. Vain Solidor! As Judge Magister and upholder of the law, I hereby place you under arrest.
You misunderstand. Vane did not make himself autocrat. It was the very Ministry of Law which you serve. Do you see it now, Drace? When you bared your sword at His Excellency, you bared your sword at the law.
You wear the mama's motley well, Bergen.
As an aside, he's already augmented at this point. If that's not obvious. Judges are strong, but... yeah.
Such strength. Inhuman.
Zargabath, take the Alexander. You will accompany Bergen and bring Larsa back to me.
Sire.
Your Excellency, Lord Larsa was placed under my charge.
Oh? Perhaps you mistook your orders then. I can see no other explanation for why you were reporting and conjecturing on my doings to my late father.
Your Excellency.
A hound begging for scraps at the Emperor's table. Would you serve another master, hound?
God, he's so
you may fulfill your
condescending.
duty as Judge Magister before us all. She has been tried and found guilty.
Your Excellency, I beg you reconsider.
Do it. I care not. Live, Gabranth. Protect the young lord. Protect Larsa.
Forgive me.
Pray be quick.
And so House Solidor lives on.
I don't think Vane was going to kill Larsa, no. I think he could, if pushed. But I believe Vane, like many other people, wanted to keep Larsa away from the realities of the Empire.
Let us suppose you approach the Empire with a peaceful resolution. The late Emperor Gramis would have lent you his ear, that much is certain, but we are dealing with Vane Solidor. Should the princess return, he would claim her an impostor, or to tempt the resistance into battle. Vane wants this war, that much is certain. As our ill luck would have it, the man is a military genius.
The dreams have told me thus. To reveal yourself would imperil us all. I see war, and Vane's name writ bold on history's page.
Arcadia's banners fly high. They are making ready for the coming war. According to our latest reports, the Western Armada prepares for war under Vane's command, no less. The newly formed 12th Fleet has already been deployed. Oh yes, the Imperial First Fleet stands ready. They'll be underway as soon as the Odin's refit is complete. And there is more. The 2nd Carwin Expeditionary Force is being called in to replace the missing 8th, so there will be no gaps. The largest force ever seen.
And then, the Nethicite is the coup de grace. Grand Kiltius, your grace. I spoke to you of my succession. Let us put that aside. Should I become Queen of Dalmasca now, powerless as I am, I can protect nothing. With a greater power at my disposal, perhaps then.
It is the Nethicite of which you dream?
As an aside, really quick, I'd just like to say that Gabronth, in my opinion, could totally have taken Bergen and Vane. By which I mean basically just Bergen, because Vane... all Vane really has on his side is Vana. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that Gabronth, who is a beast of a fighter, magically and martially, could definitely have taken down Bergen. Just my opinion on the matter. It's a shame he didn't go after him, because that would have been an interesting thing. He probably still would have lost because of Vana's presence, but at the very least he could have offed Bergen and maybe saved Drace's life, but whatever.
I require something far greater.
To wield power against power.
Yeah.
Truly, the words of a human child.
I am descended from the Dynast King himself.
Indeed. Then you have but one choice. Seek you the other power Wraithwall left.
Does such a thing exist?
Journey across the Paramana Rift to the still shrine of Miriam.
Yes, Drace is dead,
There
Rory.
rests the gift he entrusted to the Grand Kiltius of his time. Seek it out. The Sword of Kings can cut through Nethicite. Why he would entrust the power to destroy Nethicite, the instrument of his greatness, to another and not to his own progeny, I cannot say. Awaken Shelia Benagan and take up your sword, or your dream will remain but a dream.
I've often felt that Wraithwall had a lot of negative feelings towards the Akuria and resentment for being manipulated by them. Just an impression I always had.
My dream too fades into day.
Yep, Bergen's coming to murder you. And we just lost Larsa. Yeah, normally I do a bunch of hunts before that scene, because you lose Larsa there. Like, forever, basically. Hey, Alcide. And for some reason, Larsa is still shocked into silence over such a little thing as his father being murdered by his brother. Some people just can't handle reality. Oh, that's horrible. Anyways. Anyone remember the lore run when I was playing through FF12 where I sat for like half an hour and just discussed that one scene we just saw and the intricacies of it? It's a great scene. The one between the judges and Vane, primarily. One thing I do wonder at, the cold tactician in me agrees with Vane's choice to kill... oh, it's quite a bit until we get Redis, relatively speaking. Anyways, yeah, the, words. The cult tactician in me agrees and understands with why... See you around, another. He killed Drace. But and I really have no simpler way to explain this, the Revan in me wonders at why not try to convince her towards his side. Why not bring her into the fold, so to speak, you know? It's like, look, okay, here's what I'm doing, here's why. Drace would have been a phenomenal ally. Skilled, intelligent, wise, respected. And of course, a judge. A high judge. One of the only Judge Magisters in the entire Empire. I mean, think about that for a moment. She's one of the supreme commanders of the entire Arcadian military. Exactly, Dios. That's the Revan mentality right there. Oh shoot, that's a good point. Is it the one Joker? Then I must admit, there's a truth here. That I am a heretic! So yeah, you call it a soft reboot, Nerdman. Do you mind explaining what you mean? Yeah, this is my favorite song of the game right here, so go. Actually, I am firmly convinced that Gramis was consenting unto his own death. I mean that sincerely. Based on the Senate's maneuverings and based on the way the political infrastructure of Arcadia was changing, and there was no affecting it. It was changing one way or another, and there was nothing that could be done to stop that. So Gramis had a choice to make. He could arrange for his own situation to be in support of the Senate, or arrange for his own situation to be in support of his son. And he had to decide which one he believed best fit his country, his kingdom, his family, yada 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 yada. So I personally think it makes absolutely perfect sense that Gramis allowed himself to die, to be killed, in order to further Vane's takeover of Arcadia. Hello, Hollow Dragon. Welcome to my stream. I happen to rather enjoy this game as well, as obviously since I'm playing it. Shoutouts, as they say. Yeah, don't forget the Emperor was already dying. That is also a very important thing to keep in mind. And he knew that. And he was the kind of man, based on what we've seen, who would use his death to some end. So, he had a choice to make. Gotcha, Nerdman. What do I dislike in Fallout 4, other than the ending? Can I just list the ending? What I dislike in Fallout 4 is everything about the gameplay. The combat, specifically. I discuss more of those things in the actual Fallout 4 playthrough, which will be going live over the next 12 days, I want to say. Long story short, I feel like the leveling should be better explained and is very counterintuitive. I believe that the combat itself was a little bit dull and a little bit too padded. It depends on what I'm doing, Hollow Dragon, but for just running around, I usually have items to get rid of status effects spread out across the characters so that I'm not relying on one specific character to do all of my dispelling. I then usually have one person set up to do magical dispelling, to do more of the catch-all. That's Ash in this case for me. And then I usually do the lowest HP and follow party leader's target attack format. My biggest complaint with the endings, and really there's only two, was that in no way did I feel like it was what my character would choose. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like throughout most of the game, up until a certain point, I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to hit spoilers here. Up until a certain point of the game, I actually felt like, you know, my character's character, her personality, was working exactly how I wanted it to. And then at a certain point, that was just taken out of my hands, and then the ending just confirmed that. Laser weapons have a recoil because of the energy discharge, of course. Lol, samurai. Ah, Larsa. Farewell, Larsa. We will never have you in the party again. And in fact, the only other secondary character we will ever have is Redis. Okay, who's healing him? Both of them! Okay. Ah, it is doing ice damage, what do you know? I'll give you this, because it has no element. Oh, wrong thing, wrong thing. Actually, I want this one. Really wish I had a better samurai sword thing. Katana, there we go. Words for him, but whatever. I'm pretty sure we all are Zagoten, except for me, because I'm playing it right now, and I've got other things to do. FF9, which will never come out on Steam. Never. That makes sense, Enigma. Battle harness. Oh yeah, that's the counterattack thing. Yeah, we'll go and put that up. Oh, does it actually say February this now, Samurai? Yeah, I'm curious what the good ending actually entails myself. And here's a dungeon that I don't enjoy that much, if I'm being honest. Ah. I am hopeful that expansions slash DLCs and mod support will basically fix all of my problems with Fallout 4. It's one of the reasons I've flat out decided I'm not going through that game again until I have, you know, all the DLCs out and mod support. Then I'll do another replay through of it. And we'll see how it holds up, basically. I've already given my thoughts on the vanilla game. But as I've said many times, most vanilla games don't really hold as well on their own as they would with everything in place. Fallout 3 is a great example of that. So is Oblivion, for that matter. Morrowind. The dialogue system in Fallout 4... I only encountered like 3 instances where it actively bothered me. Just 3. And I was keeping track, too. Yeah, I saw it in it. I will not comment on it out loud, one way or the other. For I am the neutral planet of Newtonians. Wait. But yeah, the dialogue system didn't really bother me. I'm still not hugely in favor of it. I would still prefer to see all the text actually on the screen that I'm about to say. Yes, I know there's already a mod to do that. And I would still... I guess that's it, actually. That's really my only complaint with it. I would like more than 4 options for dialogue. It's one of the things I liked about Dragon Age Origins. There was like 6 options for most things. And the point of that was nuance. I actually explained that when I was going through Dragon Age Origins. The benefit of having 6 dialogue options is, rather than being, yeah, or no, you have, yeah, no, and then like 5 or 4 variables in between that can help you to flesh out your character in a way you want to. With only 4 options, there's yeah and no, so there's those 2. And then these 2 in the middle, it can't really be that subtle. They can't really do that much with it. So it's just, there's like the sarcastic one, and that's it, really. You know? So, I'm not going to call the dialogue system a net negative, but I'm also not going to call it a net positive. I think it's actually just a flat 0 for me. Let's just get to the other side of this room, shall we? Also, hi, Bregwin. Sleep, Bregwin. Oh, shoot. I just realized I'm an idiot. Guys, I will be right back. I need to go pick up the laundry. Metal Gear. Well, I put on the nethicite. Why is it not letting me through? That man. Yeah. Fine. Whatever. What the?
Yeah.
That's weird. Whatever. Alright, guys. So it's time for you to vote. I'm gonna set up a poll pretty soon here. Basically, you have a choice. Why is she bugged out right now? Oh, right, because I took everything off. That's why. Basically, would you prefer me to lead with Vaughn, Bosch, or Ash? Oh my god, it's a giant mecha! Oh, never mind, we're good, we're good. Okay, so, pull, open, Vaughn, Bosch, Ash, Bamf. Yeet. For now, we're gonna go back to Vaughn, because that's where my gambits are set up at the moment. Well, it ain't me's the one. That's for certain. Well, Dios, you can vote for that. I love that. 0 votes for Vaughn. 4 votes for Bosch. 5 votes for Ash. So far. Hey, Pave Maniac. What's up? Yeah, someone's gonna vote for Vaughn just to be contrary. That's always what happens. Oh my god, the faces! The faces are attacking me! Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Okay, now that we've got our one Vaughn vote, we're set on Vaughn. We don't have to vote for him anymore. You can vote for whomever. It's your guys' choice. Vaughn is the guy with the samurai sword. Bosch is the guy with the red vest. Ash is the female. Like I said, I'm going to have to redo my gambits a bit to change to alter party lead, which is one of the reasons I haven't done it yet. Nah, she's fine. We don't need any heals. Actually, we are getting a little bit low on health, so we're going to go ahead and take that off now. There we go. Well, Dios, you see, in the 1800s of the Great War of the Temcarians and the Vortorians and the Vestians were waging war for their right to wield... I don't freaking know, dude. Wait, do I have to put... I just took it off! Final Fantasy Unlimited. Alright, so, what's Final Fantasy Unlimited? Because I think I know what it is, but I'm not 100% certain. And I'd rather be 100% certain before I start just talking randomly in a vacuum. Hey, Carl Veit. What's up? FF12 for the win. Even though it's just a chill run. I'm actually restraining myself every now and again not to talk about lore, because this is such a lore-rich game. It's an anime! Ah, okay. So, here's what I think about it. It's an anime. There you go, there's my answer. Whom the primary character is, Nerdman. Who we actually run around as. To give you an idea what I mean, this is what it would look like if we were running around on Bosch for a while. I'll go ahead and just let you watch it for a bit. That will solve everything, Samurai, as long as I bleed to death. That's very important. And, of course, this is what it'll be like to run around as Ash. I guess, Kemek? I mean, I already did that, if you'll recall. No, then we'll have Final Fantasy Deluxe, and then we'll have Final Fantasy... I don't know what else. Alright, let's just use this totally safe crystal here. Oh my god, it's attacking us! I never would have suspected such a thing to come to pass. Okay, this is actually bad. Final Fantasy Tactics is awesome when properly translated, aka the PSP version. I was never actually a fan of Vagrant Story, so I can't really comment on that one. Wraithwall's power was tremendous. He could even make save crystals be your enemy. Oh, and see around Dragoon. I think you're already gone, though. I will say Guildenstern's final boss music's pretty awesome in Vagrant Story. Yeah, screw it, I'll just leave that as is. Make sure you vote if you haven't voted yet. Final Fantasy 1 million. Actually, fun fact, I once sat down and designed the story for a game I called TFA. Or, no, I'm saying that wrong. TFF. TFF. And I actually put a lot of work into it. In fact, I still know how I would continue that story if I ever decided to. Since I actually still have all of the documents I wrote back then. Locked away safely, of course. FF12 is my 6th favorite of the Final Fantasies. Overall. It has some flaws, some really, really bad flaws, but most of those are flaws because they literally ran out of time and, of course, the production issues. So, I still think it is a phenomenal game, despite its flaws. Correct, Bragwin, the Final Fantasy, TFF. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the dungeons get a little bit tedious for me. I also feel like they could have done more in several areas. And of course, naturally, there's the fact that the end of the game just slides into mediocrity very, very quickly, but I've talked about that many times, everyone knows about that. My lightsaber would be white, Nerdman, or silver. And that would be my lightsaber color. Really? Well, let's assume I don't need the Dawn Shard again for a bit and give her a real accessory. I suppose I should say the type of lightsaber, although my lightsaber would be a standard style. Nothing fancy about it. Actually, I guess I'm kind of lying. Because back when I actually used to do sword fighting, and at this point, that's like 18 years ago now, back when I used to do sword fighting, I specialized most in longer swords, or bows. So, yeah, I would prefer a lightsaber that I could extend, kind of like XII, I believe, did that. No, I don't think so, Nerdman. Primarily because Yoda was simply too traditional. Giving him a traditional lightsaber actually fit his character quite well, I feel, since it was his biggest character flaw in the prequels. Not that I'm aware, no, Carlbite. Back when I used to live in California, Zidane. They had schools and whatnot for it there. Okay, so I feel like I'm missing something. Should I just go back down? I need to get that to rise. I think I missed something. Let's head back down, shall we? And yeah, Dios is speaking of the type of lightsaber I am referring to. Not the polearm lightsaber. Or the light arm. Light polearm? I don't know what to call that. Yeah, there's something I'm missing. Yes, I have seen. I love it. Every time something new shows up, we need to make just make it a thing where we have a counter for every time someone asks about it. Yes, I have seen the FF15 trailer. Yes, I do think the gameplay looks good. No, I'm not any more or less enthused with the game than I already was. I have not, Zidane. What is that? I don't know if I'd compare it to Kingdom Hearts, Samurai. I would compare it to an action game, like... Well, I don't know, I don't have a good parallel there, actually. No, I haven't, Darkrai. Could you tell me about it in detail? In Steve's voice, preferably. More leaning in that direction, yes, Samurai. There we go, okay. Yeah. Well, that sounds pretty cool, Kamek. I wouldn't want a pike, though. I'm absolutely not trained at all in combat with a pike, so I couldn't do that. Hell, my own Star Wars designed character doesn't actually wield a lightsaber with his hands, so... No, that makes perfect sense to me, Psychotic. Would take some training, but doable. Gotcha, Zidane. Sounds pretty cool. With the Force, Mind Blast. He wields multiple lightsabers at the same time. With the Force. I'd say similar to Kreia, since I think she's the only one I know of who could actually pull that kind of thing off. But I'm not sure if anyone else did that. Okay. Sorry. Just gets the lead back down. Hammer and sickle lightsabers. For the revolution. Yeah, we don't hear that much about them though, Darkrai, even in the EU. Well, I already killed the one thing. So maybe that counts? No, Nerdman. Consider that one of the Forbiddens, forever. I'm actually lost. I don't know where to go. I feel like I should be going and killing a couple things right now in order to unlock the way forward, so he raises the sword, but I don't seem to know where those guys are. I actually have watched both The Room and Birdemic, by the way. I would rather do a rumination on the Mario Brothers movie than The Room or Birdemic. I'm just ignoring you guys now. Just a heads up. Well, I went to the base of the sword holodragon. Or the blade, right? It's like, you must defeat my guardians to progress, or whatever. Absolutely samurai. I would also do a rumination on the Dragon Ball movie. The live-action one. I've already interacted with this. That's what made those lower. Yeah, I'm running out of places to go. Ah, damn it, I have to put the frickin' stone on again. Frickin' Dawn Shard. Alright, hang on. Remind me, Carl Veit. Because I'm not sure if I have or not. Put it on Bosch. You know, that's an interesting point. I wonder if it'll work. Just whoever has the thing equipped. They're clearly my ancestor or whatever. Let's just go and put that on him really quick. Darkrai, I've already said, unless it's forbidden, the answer is always going to be yes. I am ever your humble slave. No, Nerdman, it is not. No TV shows, as stated earlier. In 10 years, I might ruminate on a new show when I'm out of shows, but yeah. Whee. Okay. I'm still here. Oh, that. Okay, yes, I'm aware of Ex Machina. Ugh. A lot psychotic. Well over 100 times. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Let's try the other one. Can't interact with that one. Okay. Oh, okay. I know where I haven't been. I know where I haven't been. Hey, what's the poll at? Someone who is Bragwin or Samurai, could you check for that really quick, please? You know, that's an interesting question. Ruminating on an unfinished product is something I've done before, just something that's weird. I'm gonna cut that off pretty quick, by the way. Who we have leading? Well, I guess people listened to voting 3. Well, Ash might actually work, which means we're gonna be looking at this for a while now. Oh, there's an enemy. Die, enemy. None of my gambits are set up to make this work. Go, Vaughn! Solo the enemy! Guys, Vaughn is leading us to victory. Actually, one thing I used to do in FF12 Vanilla was I would lead with Penelo, because I would have her have a polearm, because the animations for her attacks with the polearm are really cool looking. Yeah, it looks like Ash might actually win this one. But for now, I'd like to actually kill stuff. I'll give it a little bit longer for people to root. For anybody who hasn't. You never know. I do like how basically no one has voted for Vaughn. No one has seriously voted for Vaughn. Well, that hurt a bit. See, I cannot possibly agree with that samurai. First of all, Vaughn actually has good scenes. 2 of them, but still. Second of all, hope. Just hope. It makes sense, Nerdman. It's what I would do. I mean, really, it is. so this needs to face... nowhere, because it's already facing... No, it's facing the wrong way, apparently. How do I... But it's... Oh, okay, I see the problem. Yes, it needs to be facing this way. Aqua. Suddenly Aqua just shows up. Where am I? I've been wandering the darkness for so long. I have ended up here! In Kingdom Ivalice. It's a new series I plan on developing, guys. Kingdom Hearts and Ivalice. So, you know, Hearts, Nobodies, Heartless, Keyblades, By Darkrai, you know, all that fun stuff. But all of that mixed with the incredibly extensive political intrigue and machinations of war that Ivalice is so well known for. I already did Kingdom Hearts nominate. You guys donated for it, and I killed myself doing it. Well, if you give it a few weeks, it'll be live on YouTube. I don't know, if we haven't had the likes of Cecil or Golbez or the Cloud or Terra or Kefka in Kingdom Hearts, I don't think we're gonna get anything as not adherent as Ivalice. It's funny you ask that, Force Sword. I'm one of those people who would actually really like a proper remake of Warcraft 1. And Warcraft 2, actually. So you're on that. It is worth noting that there's been a lot of hints and rumors that they're doing a remake of Warcraft 3 in the future. But basically, do I think they would look back at Warcraft 1? I think it's at least a possibility. I just hope that they do a proper remake of Warcraft 1 rather than a port. Just my hopes and dreams there. Wow, psychotic. You know, I'm probably showing my age here, but I can't think of the word Clinton without thinking of Bill Clinton. Is that just me? I'm gonna assume you guys are done actually voting. and cease this nonsense. Okay. Okay, how'd that smell yet, do I? It is true, Samurai, and we all know how that works with my show. Oh wow, I'm almost out of eye potions. Holy crap. Okay. Congratulations, we will not be playing Ash for the rest of the game. Wait. Ah, I'm in the wrong location. Yeah, so you want to hear some weird thoughts? I have a really weird perspective on, like, everything. Time-wise. For example, I still think of The Matrix as a more recent film than not. The first one. I also think of Grand Theft Auto 3 and, we'll say, Morrowind as being relatively older games. At the same time, because my sense of time is just wrong and wonky and weird. Hello. For those of you not aware, The Matrix came out in 1999, whereas the other games I listed came out after 2000. This is such an ugly boss. We should probably go ahead and set that up too. Over on the boss. There you go, 2002 for Morrowind. You forgot the Ashura boss? That could be nominated. Yes, but when did Bruce Willis save Christmas? The first time. Goodbye, Crocomire. Yes, the year 0000. I don't remember when the first Die Hard came out. I just remember every time I watch it now, I can't avoid looking at the gas prices in the film and just being like, oh my god. Hey, Nico. Oh god, no, Termillennium. I made a vow once upon a time to never fight Yzmat again. And I intend to stick by that vow. I do remember Y2K, because I was actually a tech guy at that point in my life. And we're not going to talk about that anymore. Samurai, you would have to donate all the monies for me to fight Yzmat. Also, no, I don't break my word, dude. That's not a thing I do. Terminator 2, Kamek? Y2K was a stupid scare. There were legitimate concerns about it, and those legitimate concerns could have been solved in about a month. And then everyone just completely freaked out about it, and that was probably the first time in my life where I encountered stupid managers thinking they knew more than they did and telling me to do what they think when it was actually wrong. In other words, they were all convinced that, oh my god, we have to completely revamp the entire network and fix everything, and oh my god, all the databases are all screwed up. And I'm like, guys, no, look, we've already pushed forward a patch, it's already fixed, it's done. And they're like, no, you don't understand, you have to do all this work that's needless, pointless, and stupid. So, yeah, that was Y2K from my perspective. This way. Did Cameron do the Abyss? Yeah, I noticed the icon there for Lure and had no idea what to make of that. If Jovan was on, I'd ask him what the heck it means. Whoa. Yes, it is, Samurai. Yes, it is. I do, Nerdman. I do. I might do that. I liked Abyss right up until the ending. The actual ending, the one that was not in the theaters. Why is that controversial, Kamek? There's a bunch of ice. So this is like the weirdest looking boss of the Espers to me. So the boss is not her. The boss is the guy holding her. She's basically a shield. And the emulator really does not like that effect. There we go. But yeah, she's basically the shield that he's holding, and that's pretty messed up when you think about it. And yes, Kemek, that's what I'm referring to. Oh, is that the wrong Esper? You sure? Because this is Mateus. That was the game, Rory. There would be much sadness that day, Nominee. Well, while I'm fighting this guy, chance to look something up really quick. No, I was right. I mean, apparently I was wrong at the same time, but I was also right. Scion of Darkness, ruling and protecting those who lived in the underworld in opposition to La Habrea, Abyssal Celebrant and Scion of Light. In the course of his rule, he submitted to avarice, and the darkness took his heart, transforming him until he was both evil and corrupt. Then in his cowardice did he bind a goddess of the Dimensi of ice, and used her as a living shield, and he challenged the gods. Defeated before their might, he fell screaming into the depths of hell, there to be imprisoned for eternity. Oops. Now, of course, then there's Zalera, who also has the person shield thing going on. And Zalera is the one who had the priestess or whatever. Yeah, here we go. Originally tasked with judging men upon their deaths, his soul was tainted by the curses of those who raged against the heavens, and seizing one of God's servants, a shamaness, as a hostage, he rebelled against his creators. Even now he clutches the shamaness to him in his right arm. With the aid of her death wail does he summon the soul of darkness to do his bidding. So yeah, Zalera and Mateus both have that thing going on for them. No relation to the other Mateus, obviously, other than the obvious reference. They renamed a few of the characters. Zeramus. I forget what they were named, XII. Where am I? This way. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the Ocuria just liked to imprison powerful beings because they weren't doing their bidding. Do all that we ask, or we will imprison you for all eternity. Wait! You forgot to tie your shoelaces. You mean a movie, Nerdman? Yes, I do. Just take Saints Row 4 and movieize it. Exodus, that's what they renamed him, that's right. Which is actually an apt name for Exdeath. IMO. So this is actually pretty cool what happens here, I think. Oh, Superman game? Oh, that's even easier. Again, Saints Row 4. Or Just Cause 3. Yeah, the Lassie are even more jerks about it. So this is great. That right there. I love that. Trying to hold up a massive claymore one-handed, and it just plummets.
You should try it on the Dawn Shard. See if it can destroy Nethicite or not.
What?
This is a very
They
interesting
just may be
scene.
onto something. The Dawn Shard's no use to us, after all.
Well, Ash, try to destroy the Dawn Shard.
The stone bleeds mist.
It has been roused. It fears the sword.
The Okiri are like, no, 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 no. This is not the way. Use the stone. Give in to your hatred. With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant. Hope, Nerdman?
The stone is quiet.
This is the sword, the Nethicite destroyer.
Should it find its mark?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure she
Vaughn.
deliberately missed there, though.
Tell me, did you see him again?
But, yeah, it'd be funny if she missed her miss.
Not a thing. Not even my brother. Not anything.
Well, yeah, Vaughn's kind of moved on. Oh, dumbest as in lowest intellect? Actually, yeah, Kuena probably qualifies for that one. Alright, so everything's great, guys. Everything is awesome. We have a sword that could counter Vayne. I really hope that Vayne didn't actually send a massive fleet to go murder the beloved religious figure. And have one of the first really hard story bosses, in my opinion. At least personally, this was the first boss that wasn't a hunt that actually gave me some issues. Yeah, tell me about it, Taqueda. That was the first scene where I started thinking, wow, they are not even trying to be subtle, are they? They're just doing their thing. Okay. I did know that, Nerdman, actually. I gotta be honest, I actually don't think Vayne ordered Bergen to do what Bergen does. I think Bergen... I could see that psychotic, yeah, actually. Just because of the nature of that fight. I think Bergen is what we... I don't remember the proper term for it, but I'm just going to call it an unwanted zealot. In other words, someone who is a firm believer in Vayne's cause, or rather what he thinks Vayne's cause is, without actually adhering to Vayne himself. The kind of person who would gladly kill Vayne if he felt it served that purpose. You know, that kind of a really extreme form of a zealot. So I personally think that Bergen came here and of his own accord decided we don't need religions, we don't need gods, we don't need anything. It's the time of man kill, kill, kill. And of course, let's not forget the fact that Bergen was kind of a brutal, ruthless, bloodthirsty bastard. So he probably was already leaning in this direction even before having Nethicite bound into his bones. Now that's a good question, Takoida. And honestly, I hate to say this, but there are plenty of reasons, and this has been true in real life as well, where a sadistic bastard has risen to power in an organization. So we actually don't really know exactly why Bergen came to power and became a Judge Magister, no less, which is basically as high up as you can get in the military. I shouldn't say basically. It is as high up as you can get in the military. Maybe he's really good tactically. Maybe he just kept winning battle after battle because of his martial prowess, and so he kept getting credit for them. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. Bergen could also be, yeah, he could be politically affluent and have crawled his way up just like Geese did. Also, I really like the Alexander. I wish we saw more of it. This is literally one of 2 times we will see the Alexander. At least they give us a good shot of it here. I'd just like to say an airship carrier is a brilliant idea.
The Empire's debts grow legion.
Yep. Actually, I kind of do, Nicholas.
Smile.
It's an interesting parallel.
What could it mean?
What could it mean? Well, fortunately, we don't have to actually cross the rift. We can just go. So we're going to do that. Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure the Arcadian military can practically ignore Yacht, which may give them a massive advantage over the Rosarian fleet. I say that because we know so little about the Rosarian military that it's possible that it's basically all just assumption. We don't know. But as I've said, I always assumed the Rosarians were more technological instead of magitechnological, and so it's entirely possible they wouldn't be affected by Yacht. Actually, Gilgamesh is in FF12, yes, Nicolas. Not in the Rift, though. You know the funny thing? All this talk of pretense and how Rosaria was going to war. If the Rosarian government found out that a Rosarian nobleman on neutral religious ground was assaulted... I'm going to try a samurai. Was assaulted by a military commander of the opposing side, Rosaria literally needs no other excuse whatsoever to go to war. That right there gives them all the excuse they need. That gives them full casus belli to go right after Arcadia. I point that out because Bergen attacked Al Cid. Yeah. I'll have to do it later, Nicholas, because you have to work up to it. I'll have to look up what it requires. You have to get to a certain hunt rank, so that means I'm going to have to do a bunch of other hunts, too. I might give myself the cheat weapons just to push through the hunts quicker, and then take them off when I'm done with it, just so I can get to Gilgamesh. Shoot, what time is it? Yeah. Definitely not having today, that's for certain. I have a Primus campaign video to do. I'm not going to talk to all these people, but yeah, there's a lot of dead, and there's a lot of dying. He's voiced by Joe DiMaggio, Nicolas. Yeah, everyone's pretty much in utter shock of what happened here. As well they should be. Yeah. By the way, Bergen personally killed a lot of these people. Which is the other possible reason why he has ascended so high up the ranks. He may be just that good in battle, and therefore be the kind of lead-from-the-front soldier who keeps winning battles, and therefore naturally gets promoted, just by logical consequence. Hey Jolta, hey Shuri. Let's see, Gilgamesh is in 5, 6 technically, 9, 12,
vagrant princess.
8.
Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings.
I don't know, Carl Voigt.
You will surrender it to me. Too late, and to their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate.
There it is again.
Also, his swords are interesting.
Fran, I don't like the look of that.
No, it is not, Nicolas.
He holds a stone. It controls him as it did Mjern.
No, the power of manufactured nethicite is the power of man. A weapon forged by his wisdom who would challenge the gods themselves. A fitting blade for a true dynast king. Wraithwall did but pretend the title, a cur begging nethicite scraps from his master's table. Hark! Evilise hails her true dynast king, Vayne Solidor. He shall defy the will of the gods and see the reins of history back in the hands of man. His time is nigh! The new Evilise holds no place for the name-down masker. The stain of Wraithwall's blood shall be washed clean from history's weave.
As an aside, did you notice that the camera padded up to the statue of the Ocuria there? When he mentioned the gods. And he went out of his way to desecrate that statue. What are you doing? I was gonna say, I thought the Gilgamesh in Type O was not actually Gilgamesh. Just like, you know, the other... I don't know. Yeah. Does he still have the Force, Nerdman? So yeah, Bergen actually hits like a truck. I'm just ready for him. And again, I like his weapon styles. Interesting combination of axe and swords that look like they hurt like hell. Then I'd say Revan would win. Why? Psychotic. Yeah, you notice how he is 6-hitting Vaughn over there? Oh, I know about that fight, Psychotic. I've heard of that fight.
He set his very bones about with manufactured nethicite. The Grand Kiltius?
He's pretty dead.
Wait, what about Larsa?
Gone. Spirited away by Judge Brandt.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So he was here. As for our young lordling, he went along. To avoid trouble, you see, but Judge Bergen had other ideas. He flew into a rage, and I was left to fend for myself.
Yeah, notice those are
Please,
Imperial
Princess,
soldiers.
You must permit me to take you back with me to Rosaria.
So that you can protect me?
I would lay down my life, at a single word to be sure, but I harbor no mongering delusions of valiant grandeur. Vayne has our war pavilion jumping at shadows. They favor a preemptive strike, but you will convince them otherwise. You will see that they do not start this war.
I just feel like pointing out, tactically speaking, Rosaria's only options here are assuming a...
Assuming a third-person party does not come in and change the situation, the only possible thing for them to do, tactically speaking, is to do a preemptive strike or to surrender.
So honestly, a preemptive strike might not have been a bad idea.
This I cannot do. Forgive me, but my errand here is not yet done. I must wield the Sword of Kings, and with it bring an end to the Dusk Shard.
This stone, do you even know what it is?
I can venture a guess. The Draclaw Laboratory in Arcades. The Empire's weapons research begins and ends there. How soon do we leave?
At once. As for matters in Rosaria, I bid you luck.
Yeah, considering she wants war
So you
so
would leave
badly.
each to fend for his own. Let us hope that you are not disappointed. Ah, that's right. Larsa left a message. The differences between our two lands will fade before the shared dream of men.
Sunglasses.
My leave, I take.
Telling you, Nicholas. FF12 is still one of my favorite FFs. It just could have been even better. But that'll never happen.
How do you propose we reach Arcades? Arcadia's borders will be well guarded for fear of Rosarian invasion. We dare not approach by air.
And their navy will see that the coast is watched as well. No, we go afoot. We'll cross into Arcadia in the Salika Wood. We can reach the wood any number of ways, but the easiest is to head north from Nalbina.
There is a hunter's camp just beyond the Salika Wood. The camp sits within Arcadia's borders, so Imperial patrols there should be sparse.
Getting that far should be half the fun. Let's be sure we go prepared.
I'm trying to remember. There's there's something where like the protagonists keep I probably wouldn't have reacted that much, Nervin. The protagonists keep saying, "Oh, we've got to do this thing in order to accomplish our goals," but it's incredibly stupid. And the one thing that the enemy keeps misunderstanding is they have no idea that we are just as stupid as we actually are. That's how I feel about with a lot of the plans that the party does for pretty much the entire first, like, 3/4 of the game. Well, if we do this, it would be incredibly stupid, but they'll never suspect that. Let's go! Yeah, no kidding. What I find funny is the game wants you to do all the hunts and stuff here. In fact, a huge number of hunts have just been unlocked as of this point in time. And yet, the best part to hunt would be just before this, as I already pointed out. With Larsa still in the party. And the actual best part in the entire game to do hunts is when you have Redis before you lose him. So, I don't know, whatever. I don't think I would do a lot of rewriting, Nicolas. I would probably completely change Vaughn and Penello's position within the story. I'd have to think about how, though. That's not an easy answer. That's not the kind of thing I could just be like, oh, I'd just do this and everything would be perfect. No. Let's check something out really quick. Yeah, that's where I want to go. Keeping Vaughn and Penello in the story. Yeah, but you know what I mean, Psychotic. Having Redis for, you know, just going and mulching hunts is, arguably the best time to do it. I just usually don't like doing it that late in the game. I'm still not sure what I think of that idea, Dakota. It would take some rejiggering. Although, considering how the game ends, that would fit nicely, wouldn't it? Bosch fully taking up the mantle of Gabranth and all that. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of stuff. I'll get to that later. Honestly, I feel like Vaughn might have been better served as a, See, I could see several directions to take Vaughn's character. One of them is to make him more down-to-earth. Make him a full tilt O'Brien effect type character. and have him be, you know, the ground's eye, the ground view, whatever, the ground's eye perspective on the war and the politics and the massive things around it. And I know what you're gonna say. Well, doesn't Vaughn already do that? But he doesn't really. Vaughn's perspective, Vaughn's down-to-earth thing is never brought up and never explored. So doing something like that, I think, would help the character a lot. And of course, another direction you could take him is have him do something that Takoida and Zidane are both mentioning in chat. Make him a competent individual, a skilled thief or a skilled burglar or whatever, and have him do a separate campaign while the main party is going into Arcadia, and have him and Penelo go into Rosaria. I think that could work quite well too. So there's a couple options there. Possibly Nicolas. Considering one of the primary themes of the series is that you need personal power to affect political change, I'm not sure that would fit in. We'd have to rewrite a decent amount of the actual structure of the whole plot to make that work. Yeah, like an FF9 style party split. I've often said that party split thing in 9 was amazing. I'm a little amazed that more FFs have not done that. That more games in general don't do that. It worked great in FF9, in my opinion. It would also give us way more insight into Rosaria. I've already said what I would like to see in Rosaria. In addition to the culture, history, etc., I would love to see them be a technological empire. 13 failed miserably at it, though. I mean, I'm sorry, but really. See you around, Nerdman. I'm trying to think of how to vocalize my complaints with FF13's multi-party thing. In FF9, it felt like two stories that were happening that were thematically connected, but not literally connected. We were not seeing the effects of different choices on the different and everything, whatnot. In FF13, it felt more like a TV show, where each transition from one side to another would always be on some major, to be continued, or and now a commercial break kind of a moment. For those who don't know what I mean by that, in television for an extremely long time, and this is still true, some people who are involved with television believe that every time you go to a commercial break, there's a proper term for it, but you need an attention grabber. Something has to happen right before the commercial break that's going to make the audience want to sit there through the commercials so that they can see what comes up. And so 13 constantly has those attention-grabbing moments, but it like falls flat because all of them are so telegraphed and all of them are so apparent that it doesn't work for the same reason it usually didn't work in television, especially in the 90s and early 2000s. It's like, will he die? 2/3 of the way into the episode? It's like, that doesn't work. And it's the same damn thing 13 did. I also, for the record, am against that idea in general. You have to grab them before the commercial break thing. I despise that. I think it's old philosophy that we've moved past at this point in history. I do. I don't agree with it. Probably the worst example of this, if I could just call this out here, is a really good Deep Space Nine episode. I forget the name of the episode, but it's the one involving Jake Sisko and, obviously Benjamin Sisko. And there's this scene where Jake Sisko, old Jake, right before the commercial break, he turns to the woman he's dictating his story to and says, "I must tell you, I'm dying." Cue the music. Fade to black, commercials, fade back from black. Literally, the next thing he says is, "You must understand, when a man like me says he's dying, He doesn't mean it literally. It's literally a line that was just there for the attention grabbing. It was like thrown in. And then there's a cheesy explanation the moment the show comes back. And it's just so disconcerting, especially if you're watching it on DVD. So there's no commercial break. So it's like, I'm dying. You must understand that I'm not dying is literally how the scene goes. It's stupid! It's a great episode, too, but that line has stuck in my head for years because of how ridiculous it is. And yeah, Zaz's suicide is another excellent example of just that level of ridiculousness. I'm dying. No, I'm not. Next time on Dragon Ball Mario, or Mario Ball Z, or whatever they called it. Yeah, there are... I'm not saying it's universally bad, Shiryu. I'm just saying I got sick of it being improperly used. Because it was. A lot. Oh god, I hate that one. Okay, so, yeah, there's an early episode of TNG. And this is even worse, because it's not... Okay, so there's actually two concepts of the grab your attention thing. There's before the commercial break, and there's after the teaser. I've actually spoken extensively of my opinions and viewpoints on teaser, and the philosophy that goes into designing a teaser for an episode throughout my Voyager videos. But, and in TNG, there's one where they're talking about this flares and this stuff and yada yada yada, and then Worf collapses! And then there's some actually tense music, because this is early TNG when they had good music going. And Data rushes over and says, medical emergency, Worf to the bridge! And then it goes to, space, the final frontier, and all that fun stuff. And then it comes back and Worf has a disease, and it has nothing to do with anything. It's never brought up again except but one scene where it's resolved, and that's it. It has nothing to do thematically, literally, personally, plot-wise, character-wise, no relevance whatsoever to the episode. It was there to grab your attention. Oh my god, Worf's sick! It was so blatant. Am I misremembering? I thought this was where I was supposed to go north. I don't think I talked to this guy. I'm trying to go north to, is that where I need to go? Over there? Yeah, I'm trying to go north to Nalbin. I thought I was supposed to go this way and cross the river, because all the men are being held up north because there's the whole cacti thing and the blah 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 blah, but apparently not. I really don't remember. All my memories were telling me to come here, but nobody's doing anything here, so I guess I'm wrong. I like that idea, though. Data just looks up at the camera and says, "Wait! Don't leave! We just need to get to the next scene! Quick!" My least favorite FF? Define FF, Carlite. so I need to go one more south. Yep, that's what I thought. Ah! Camera being turned around. Ah! Yeah. God, this is hard to control. There we go. Spiner could totally pull that off. Final Fantasy main series? See you around, Sonoshi. I'm really torn, but I think I'll go ahead and give it to FF13. I know that's the expected response. The other one I was debating was Final Fantasy 1. I'm still torn on that. It's like they had... Whoa. Ifrit. It's like they had ultracast haste on themselves or something. Wait, that's not an Ifrit, that's a carbuncle. Much smaller ship. Bringing supplies for the construction effort. Which I point out because Arcadia has conquered this area, and yet they're actually spending resources on repairing and rebuilding it. Just an interesting insight into how Arcadia treats its provinces. At least as a government. Well, I've never played 13.2 or 3, so I can't actually comment on them. I mean, I know the stories of them, and I can tell you about them and why I think 13.3's ending is redunculous. But, I haven't actually played them, and I can't really fairly judge a game that I haven't played, you know? Yeah, exactly, Force Sword. It's the Revan mentality again. Do I own the 13s on Steam? Let me go check. I'm not actually sure. I know, like, my viewers donated, like, all of the 13s to me. Or at least some of the 13s to me. Let me check here. I think I own all 3 Final Fantasy 13s. Hang on. They're organized weird in Steam. I'm gonna have to do this to look them up. Hang on. Do I not? I don't appear to own FF13 3. Hang on. No, I do. I own... Where the heck is this? I apparently own 13.3, but it's like... Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. God, it's in the L's. I should have known. Okay, so yeah, I have all 3 FF13s on Steam. Okay. Wow. Oh yeah, this is all super cheap stuff. Because you can actually come here very early in the game. So, yeah, I'm actually gonna leave now. Yeah, there's a reason I stubbornly continue to refer to it as 13.3, not Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13, which is the proper title. I do, of course, have a working PS3, but like I just said, I have them on the PC, so... Hey, Thanatos. Welcome to the end of the stream. We will never do any hunts. We will actually do hunts. We're just not doing those right now. I need to figure out exactly what I need to do to make Gilgamesh show up. Because I know it's not a small thing to make him show up. That's why I didn't do it for the lore run. Lightning's amazing reversible lobotomy. Wait, it's reversible? Well, I feel like I have to do quite a few hunts to even get to the point where it's unlocked, because it's a master hunt, and that means I need to be at least a certain rank to do it, among other things. Wow! That hurt! Holy crap, that hurt! Final Fantasy 13.5, Revengeance. The Revengeance of Lightning's epic tale of... I'm not good at that. I can't come up with random stupid things for that. Wait, I've got it. FF13.4. Lightning. And it's spelled out that way, too, so you have to say it that way. Like, I'm saying it wrong, but you know how Homer says donuts in Simpsons? Lightning. So if you actually spell it out, the drool is there. That's a good question. Do I have... No, I don't, do I? Whatever. I don't think... You know my favorite part about the story of F13.3? The part where they explain that they took away Lightning's emotions. Something about that just really amuses me. Like, right at the beginning, it's like, by the way, Lightning's not unemotional. It's intentional. It's part of the plot. Something about that really made me amused. Nothing was as good in 13.3 as much as the ending, though. That ending was just the best thing in the known universe. I think we can all agree on that. "13.4, A New Hope." He's back, and he's got an even bigger boomerang. That's kind of my point, though, Samurai. Lightning at least had some emotive qualities in the first 2 games. Then they made it a plot point to remove them in the 3rd. That was actually a plot point. And indicative of Bunavesabla and why he's an idiot. Oh, hey! New weapons! Oh, thank God. New non-elemental weapons, even. I'll stop healing my enemies. Hey, Roaring. Ah, damn it! I'll just buy another one. What? I am the poster child for wasting mana. Or money, excuse me. I should probably buy a few of these. Just so I have the immunities ready to go if I ever need them. Yes, I do, Zidane. But only if the first 10 or so were amazing. Brides of Toriyama. Wow. Right, I need to restock my high potions. How would I go around making Lightning a better character? Well, that would probably require some restructuring of FF13 in general. Let me think on that a minute. That does sound pretty nice, Psychotic, assuming you can kill that bastard. In my top 100? Yeah, Paid Maniac. FF10 comes to mind immediately. FF12 is in my top 100. I think that's actually it. Oh, I guess unless we're counting the Kingdom Hearts games, in which case the Kingdom Hearts games are also in the top 100. I'm actually having trouble coming up with other ones off the top of my head. I don't think any of the Tales of games qualifies in the strictest sense of the word, at least not in that era. Okay. One of the things I would like to do with Lightning is make her someone who firmly believes in the cause. Not to the level of not to the level of, say, hey Aguiar, true zealotry. I don't want her to be a zealot, but have her someone who is kind of like Waka in FF10. Have her be someone who really thinks that the way they do things with the l'Cie and the fallacy and all that is correct, and that have them and have there be actual reason and logic behind that, and have her be thrust into this situation and genuinely think that she and the rest of them need to be removed from the situation, and be that kind of dissenting voice amongst the party. Be the person who is constantly trying to say, okay, no, we need to think about the effect we're going to be having on the people. We may or may not be evil. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll tell you what I do know is the fact that if we don't do this, we will turn into monsters which will kill our friends and family. We need to leave. And we can't just go back and say you're all wrong, because they are legitimately afraid of us for proper purposes. In other words, I would try to make Lightning into the type of character who, in Dragon Age terms, is a mage who fully understands why the Chantry does what it does. Not an extreme in either direction. Not someone who is like, oh, mages are evil, and not someone who's like, oh, magic is for our service, but someone who actually understands both sides of the equation and is trying to be a mediator for the other party members who obviously lean in one direction or the other. So, that's kind of how I would do Lightning, to redo her. That's only one idea that occurs to me. I actually had a couple there. But, that was the one I felt like I liked the most. And I still don't have telekinesis! When do I get telekinesis? Oh my god. You berserked the wrong person. Actually, no you didn't, because my other party members are idiots. Come here, guys! Come here. There you go. Okay, attack these guys. Quickly, please. Quickly. That was short. That's how you cure Berserk, by the way. Yeah, I just got a new polearm, which I can't equip. Ah, crap. Go. Okay, now this is going to sound really stupid, but remind me who the Fal'Cie are. Or which, I should say, the Fal'Cie are. Because there's the L'Cie, the Fal'Cie, and the something else C. And I don't remember which is which. Also, I love these guys as giant swords. Like, not really, but it amuses me. They're giant swords. Behold, giant swords. Okay, so the Fal'Cie are the robot idiots. Got it. And the Seath are the zombies. That would make the L'Cie the branded. Okay. So the Fal'Cie... let's see. What would I do with the Fal'Cie? I gotta admit, I really didn't like their portrayal. Like, at all. I've already said what I would do with Barthandelus. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, and that's fine, because it's a weird and radical idea. But I like the idea of doing that. Basically, I would actually probably make all of the Fal'Cie follow that same general path, aka be completely alien, be completely non-relatable, non-human, and have their means and ends and goals never properly explained, because they're just completely doing their own thing on the side there that isn't really conforming to human ideals, you know what I mean? For those of you who didn't hear me talk about it, I would remove all of Barthandelus' dialogue, 100% of it. You wouldn't even have to change most of the scenes that much. Have him be... So quit it, Titans. Don't do the genocide run. God, dude, it's obvious. Have him never say a single line of dialogue the whole game. Still have you fight him. Still have him be part of the plot, but at no point in time does he say anything. He just looks at you. And have the party, railing at him and ranting at him, and why are you going after us, and why are you doing this, and have him just stare at them, just with this blank face. I would even keep the scene where he murders his own officer. I can't even remember her name. And rather than having him be like, oh, you have served your purpose, it is time for the gods to speak. Have him just float down, kill her, and then fight the party. And the whole time the party are like, what you got? That's what I would do with the Fal'Cie in 13. Make them alien. Make them blue and orange morality, exactly. Oh, God, my back. Yeah, have the party be like, huh? I don't understand why you would do this. I don't understand why you're doing anything. How would I change FF10? Fix everything! How would I change FF10 to fix everything? No, okay. FF10's flaws all boil down to lack of, yeah, I'm going to Psychotic. I'm going that way anyways. All of FF10's, flaws boil down to lack of convenience features in the UE and gameplay. They really dropped the ball on that. So, fix that. I would also smooth out the difficulty curve. There's a couple points where the difficulty just flat out spikes upwards in the standard plot. And I would probably reduce the amount of grind necessary for doing all the optional stuff, because FF10, if you want to do all the optional stuff, is insanely grindy. That's about it. That's all I'd really change with FF10. Like, if I had ultimate unlimited power of the Q or whatever, I'd do a lot of things to FF10, but here in Realityville, that's all I would do at FF10. I'm glad you did, Psychotic. I have done that grind twice now, and I will never do that grind again. It's really dull. To me. I really should add that. I'd have to think on it a scene-by-scene case, Pyromancer, but the general idea is to have him not say anything. Have him especially not be the speechifying pontificator that he is in FF13, where he won't shut up. Snuff, you're beneath us! You're beneath us, and you're beneath... I think that's all he could say, actually, is, you're beneath us, and you're beneath us. Oh, I would also get rid of dodging lightning 200 times. I might get rid of the, or at least smooth out the butterfly minigame. And I would probably tweak the drop rates of the Blitzball thing, too. How would I fix Duke Nukem Forever? Well, I would make Duke Nukem with modern graphics, and then I would win, because that's all anybody was really asking for with Duke Nukem Forever. Another Duke Nukem game. But instead they made a mess. And they weren't wearing their diapers that day. As I say, there's a lot of minigames in 10 that are just, in my opinion, not fun. And a lot of those minigames just make me tear my hair out. Oh, they do? They do. Then they must die. All rabbits must die for the greater good of the Tau Empire. A bow! You lied to me. Something about the butterfly was always harder for me than the chocobo. When we redid it, just a few weeks ago as we were playing through FF10, we got the chocobo race second try, and I'm not kidding about that. Now, there was a bit of RNG involved in that, but we got just crazy lucky and just got the chocobo race done, bam! Got the sigil, or whatever. The butterfly thing, that took us about 30 minutes. Of solid failure. 30 minutes is actually a bit underestimating it, I think. I think we took even longer than that. Sure as hell felt like longer. Jeez Louise. How would I change Ride to Hell? With fire. I thought Rowdy Robbie or whatever is the one who said the bubblegum quote. I could be wrong. Lightning dodging is a particularly bad thing for me personally, which actually is an interesting topic to talk about. So, you know how we're all good at different things, right? I mean, that's kind of normal. So, we're also all bad at different things. There's some things that are just going to be harder for you than for me and vice versa, right? There is nothing in FF10 worse than the lightning dodging for me. So I have bad reflexes. By which I mean I have very, very quick reflexes, but they're very twitchy. So I have very twitchy reflexes. I also am the kind of person who likes to be actively doing something rather than sitting and hitting a button for, 20 minutes or however long. So I get really, really bored doing the lightning dodging. And I get really, really twitchy, so I screw it up fairly frequently. And then I'm like, and so it just, I can't really do that very well. It was ridiculously difficult for me to do the dodge lightning thing because of who I am. Now, other people I know are a lot better at that sort of thing because of the fact that they don't have the problems I do. They are much smoother. They're not as twitchy. They aren't. They don't get as bored doing a repetitive task. That kind of a thing. But I couldn't do it. I was just the whole time. Yes, that's an approximate statement. Yeah. Is there a game where I would change nothing? I'm gonna say no. I can't think of any game where I would actually consider it a perfect game, so no. There's always something. There's one thing I'd change about Undertale. There's a lot of things I'd change about Mass Effect 2. There's a few things I'd change about Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. And yeah. Every game can be improved. Every game has flaws. How would I fix Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness? Well, first of all, I think we need more of Lara Croft actually being an Angel of Darkness, literally being a divine creature. The second thing I think we need is to have a situation in which, rather than fighting the enemies as the Angel of Darkness, she challenges them to a dance-off. And then Emperor Palpatine shows up and shows her some sweet moves, and the two conquer the universe. I'm not going to say what I would change about Undertale, because I know there's still people in my chat who have not actually played Undertale, and I'm still adherent to the no spoilers philosophy there. And I literally can't say what I would change without spoiling something. It has to do with Asriel Dreammore. That should really answer it for you. Do I have... No, I don't. What do we do? And he has handkerchief, and she has cure. This should be okay. And yeah, I'd change a lot of things about FF12. Mostly in towards the ending. A few niggles here and there with the actual design, leveling, increasing the amount of job points that enemies drop, because it's actually a little low. Maybe smoothing out some of the dungeon design. And of course, the thing I mentioned earlier with Vaughn and Pinello and all that. Yes, I did, Titans. I did a full playthrough of Undertale. And by full, I mean the most I'll ever play it. Yeah, this guy hurts like hell, and I am pretty high level. Personally, I think Undertale is an amazing game. I know that it's a big, it's been severely a victim of pendulum theory, because some people have been just rabidly praising it. But I still genuinely think Undertale is an amazing game. It might qualify for my top 30 list. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Yeah, the Great Crystal area would be another excellent place to change. What would I change about Majora's Mask? I would smooth out the twin mold fight. I have to think about that in a second. I think that they exist to quit. I don't understand the question really. They exist. What? What else would I change about Majora's Mask? Honestly, they did some good stuff with the 3DS version. I really liked the journal and the way they changed how the journal worked. Earthbound? Hell. There's a lot I would change about Earthbound, because it's a terrible game! Horrible. Oh, come on! That's like the first thing I'd change, Pax. That's literally like the first thing that came to mind. I would like to have it so I could get the frickin' sword. What would I change about Earthbound? I don't mind the graphics, but I will admit that they could be presented better. What I mean by that is I like the graphics aesthetic, but they could do more things with layering and outlines and multiple things on the screen at the same time. You know, just basically the Shovel Knight thing. You know, Shovel Knight's aesthetic may have been 8-bit, but it was definitely modern presentation. So that's the first thing I'd change about Earthbound, other than the drop rates. What else? You know, it just occurred to me the bomb is healing himself, and I should probably stop that. Fine. I hate having to do this. Yeah, this is gonna be an irritant, this fight. Let's go ahead and get that going. I'm not sure I'd change anything else about Earthbound, really. I wouldn't mind if several of my interpretations of the game were, you know, made canon, basically. Yeah, I don't have access to a Black Mage, because you guys voted for me not to have one. So... no, I can't actually cast Water or Blizzard. I can attack. I have a Knight, a Samurai, and a White Mage. Welcome back, Ezra. You know, I'm not sure I'd change anything else about Earthbound. And yes, I have Pax. I'll type up a response in a minute. Net, it's not something I really recommend, I think is the nicest way to put that. Ah, damn it, he fully healed. He healed the full. Okay, I may be in a bit of a situation here. So he actually has access to full heal or full cure or whatever it's called. And normally, there's a couple ways around that, including just flat out... just flat out pushing through it. No, I do not, Psychotic. I do not have any buffs. I'm not actually sure how I'm going to beat this guy. I'm actually thinking about it. I'm not sure what I'm going to do to this guy. Come on, a little more damage. Hit him before he renews again. Okay. We got him in a fiber loop. Okay. I do like how the bomb literally turns into a bomb upon death. It's a nice touch. Okay. I'll mute myself so you don't hear typing. There we go. What am I doing? I'm going to save. That's what I'm doing after that mess. Ugh. Anyways, so party members I would choose, since this is actually my first time playing International properly, I'd have to think about that a bit, but I would be inclined to have at least one Black Mage. A Black Mage, a Monk, Black Mage, honestly, Black Mage, Monk, White Mage sounds like what I'd have going for my primary party. I don't know which character would be which. Just based off of preference, it would probably be Ashe, Balthier, and Bosch, so I could have my 3 favorite characters on screen, so to speak. Of those, I'd probably give Monk to Bosch, Black Mage to Ashe, and White Mage to Balthier, just off the top of my head. Without knowing their stats or anything like that. Whoop, we don't need those anymore. Let's get rid of those. Speaking of which, do we have any news whatsoever about DLC for Fallout 4 yet? Or whatever they are actually calling it. Like, anything at all. Also, I heard a theory once that I've never really seen fleshed out, that these guys, the Bakanami, or Bakanami, or however you're supposed to say their names, are the same species as the guys in the Yensa territories. The guys who fly around on, or ride around on the sand seat. So at the very least, we're going to do a cutscene. I don't think there's any benefit to going through this place yet, now that I can't get the Zodiac Spear. And I don't think I can even access the vendor yet. So like I said, I don't think there's any benefit to doing this right now. Unlike my normal playthroughs where I get here, and then immediately rush for the spear, and then immediately rush for the exit. I'm going the wrong way. My favorite Tomb Raider. So I've played several Tomb Raiders. I've never actually gotten into them. I suppose if I had to pick, I'd probably go with the original, the first Tomb Raider. You know, puzzle, explorative, adventuring, platforming. That was fun. Oh my god. That's the worst trap in the universe. If there were enemies around right now, I'd be dead. Oh no, I got reverse on, so I'd be fine. We're just gonna chill here for a minute while this runs out. So, here we are. This used to be a city of awesome. And it's not really quite as awesome as it used to be. I do wonder at what kind of city this was before.
This is all that remains of Nabudis. 2 years ago, it was destroyed utterly by a mysterious force. The work of the Midlight Shard.
This? In just 2 years? How?
As the Dawn Shard brought down the Leviathan and her fleet, a fell mist spilled forth. It is like the same thing happened here. The Nethicite's mist has corrupted the life of this place. It is a necrohol overrun with beasts. We tread here on a fool's errand. We'd best turn back.
Is it revenge that you desire?
Well, yeah.
Yes or no? Not this way lies the capital. The road to Arcades leads east of Silikawood, beyond the Fawn Coast and Sita Uplands.
So let's see how we can deal with any of this stuff. Whoops, hang on. Gotta get on the... There we go. Because I'm not sure we can deal with anything in here. Oh, yeah. I don't have float yet, too, so that's another problem I have to deal with. So that guy just hit me for all of my health. Actually, it was about half my health. Yeah, I'm thinking I can't quite handle this. What do you guys think? Can I handle this place? What do you think? You think we got this, guys? I'm thinking we might be able to pull this out. They can't kill us as fast as we can rest. That's actually funny to me. Not unless they split their damage up a bit. Yeah, the game actually flat out tells you, you really should not be here. So yeah, anyways, let's prevent that from ever happening. Like I said, I can't think of any benefit to go through the Necro Hall right now. Ugh, I hate that freaking trap. Again, I'm not sure there's any benefit to go to the Deadlands right now. There might be. I don't know. I don't know what enemies, what the drops are there. These enemies are very high level. If I'm not mistaken, these are the third highest level enemies in the game. Third highest level section of the game. Behind the Subterra and somewhere else. Yes, Dakota, it is. Of course, I can't equip two-handers, so I guess that's kind of a irrelevant point for my setup here. So here's a question for those of you who have enjoyed the Tomb Raider series, and I assume it's several of you since you're talking about it. How many of you liked the Tomb Raider movie? No, we're actually advancing the plot, believe it or not, Darch. I didn't do it accidentally, no, Titans. So hang on, they made a second? Whoa! 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 Jeez. Okay. Okay. I didn't know they actually made a second movie. That's kind of funny. Did not know. I really wish I had Protectica. That would be extremely useful right about now. Really, really useful. Come on, drop something to make it worthwhile. Storm Crystal, High Potion, a Yakai, or Yaki, or however you pronounce that, I don't know. Hey, I can even equip it right now. Alright, I'm done here. This is an optional area that's just a wee bit too rough for me. I can turn that back off now. Part of the reason I ask is I didn't like the Tomb Raider movie. Now, I freely admit that I don't like What's-Her-Face. I never have. I can't think of anything I've actually liked her in ever. Or at least I can't think of anything I have liked her in, even though I've liked 2 things that she's been in. But, so I was curious of the perspective of someone who's people who are bigger fans of the games, since I am not actually a fan of the games. And so maybe that was actually part of what the flaw was for me. Yes, Angelina Jolie, that's her name. Lips, that's her name. Seriously, look at her lips sometime. Just... But all joking aside, I don't like her acting, I never have. Jeez, those things hurt. Ah, okay, I'm going this way. She was in a film a long time ago. It was one of her first films ever about hacking, which I thought was an okay film. Didn't like her in it, but I felt like that was an okay film. That sounds weird sped up, doesn't it? The footsteps. Anyways. Hey, XP. We need to hack more time, guys. Oh no, we've hacked too much time! Tell me somebody gets that. Everyone take a drink. Someone asked about the FF15 footage. Yes, I have seen the new footage. Yes, I do think it looks very cool. No, I'm not any more enthused about the game than I already was. I'm just at the take a drink status of that now, right? At this point. Oh, you're right. There's a third movie I liked that Angelina Jolie. I actually forgot that Angelina Jolie was in Maleficent. I liked Maleficent. I did actually enjoy that movie. So there you go. 3 movies that Angelina Jolie has been in that I enjoyed. Green chicken thing. Oh, a chocobo. No. Guess I don't think so. Is this a green one? Is this a green one? Didn't like Alexander, no. Not the chocobo. Then what are you talking about, Psychotic? Oh, those things. No, I haven't. Where was that? That was back a bit. Honestly, one of my only real complaints about Maleficent was too much narration. Like, I know that sounds like a weird complaint, but I felt like many of the scenes would have actually worked better if they weren't if they didn't have a character explaining them to us. You know, the narrator just being like, and this was this, and that was that. It's like, yeah, we get that. You're doing some good visual storytelling. You don't have to then say while you are showing. I really doubt it, Dark Monster. Unless someone was to donate for... No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I don't want to fight Yzmat ever again. Omega 12 would actually be, I don't know, horrifically difficult. Because in my opinion, he's the hardest boss in the game. But Yzmat is just boring. Don't, no, Pyro. Just let's leave that off the table, okay? Nobody wants to watch me fight Yzmat. Let's see, where am I going? Don't believe so, Darch, especially since I don't remember where he is off the top of my head. Yes, I would, Pyro. So let's go down the list. There isn't really any super boss in FF1. Not really. There's the optionals in FF1, so I do all of those. In FF2, there's Light Emperor. In FF3, there's the Iron Giant. In FF4, there's the 2 super optionals. I can't remember their names. The 4 Fiends combined and the Giant of Bab-Il fights. In 5, there's Omega... Oh, or excuse me, there's Omega 5 and... the Shinryu 2. In 6, there's the Kaiser Dragon. In 7, there's the 2 weapons. In 8, there's the Idiot. In 9, there's the boring... the Jawbreaker. In 10... Well, I just beat... Penance, I think was his name, in 10, just a couple weeks ago. In 12, there's Omega 12, and I don't know. No to 13. So, I'd go up to 12, Pyro. That's my limit. The first game to have optional bosses, as we think of them nowadays, was FF4. FF4 had Leviathan, Ashura, Odin, and Bahamut. Bahamut was technically the super optional, but the concept of a super optional wasn't actually a thing yet. Not really. It's so apt, though, Zeiss. The first game to have a super optional who was designed to be a super optional was FF5 with Omega and Shinryu. They were literally designed to be the challenge bosses. Yes, I do. Psychotic, thank you for asking. And yes, I beat the Dark Arena Aeons. Bahamut gave me the hardest trouble of those by far. Oh my god. Ugh. I don't actually know what that is, Pyro, so I'm hesitant to agree to something I don't know. And that's true, there's also the optionals who unlock gear in the Lunar Subterrane, so that's also valid. But again, no true super optional. That concept didn't exist till 5. Which is funny, because then they got rid of it in 6, but that wasn't intentional, since the Kaiser Dragon was designed to be in 6 on the SNES, and it was just brought back in the GBA version. By the way, the penance fight, really boring. Not as bad as Yzmat, but oh my god, that was just dull. Alright, do hours and 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 hours of setup. Okay, now do the fight. Inch, 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 do 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 do, inch, 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 do 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 do, inch, 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 do 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 do, inch, inch, inch. It's like a 40-minute fight. It's insane. And yeah, it's just, oh. Apparently, maybe it's even longer than 40 minutes. I mean, shoot, it was a long time. Or it can be a 5-second fight, if you have enough gil. Because even Penance is not immune to Yojimbo. That is not cheating. You still need the millions of gil, or to spend a ridiculous amount of time farming favor, whatever it's called, with Yojimbo. It still takes a lot of setup and a lot of prep work. It just gets rid of the boring parts of the fight, because you just walk up and say, die. And Yojimbo says, die. And it is admittedly immensely satisfying to do that. For the record, what happened is we went and beat Penance, and it was long and boring and dumb, and it's like, okay, whatever. And then we hadn't saved, so we went back and immediately reloaded the save, and just blew like 4 million gil. Just BAM! Just flung it out the window and said, alright, die! And it was glorious. Oh. Anyways, 100% playthrough on a new game plus, like the final boss into a hard mode, and Dory 14 into a super boss. Well, I've never played 13.3, so I'm hesitant to say yes, and that's all I'm going to say for right now. I would probably put some effort into it, but that's like asking me to do Halo on Legendary. I've never even played, or Halo 3 on Legendary. I've never even played Halo 3, so... Now, for me personally, Yzmat was a longer fight. How? Yzmat is just a ridiculous fight. It's the only boss fight I can think of off the top of my head where you can leave the fight in the middle of the fight and come back, and it saves his HP because it's just the designers knew it's just that much of a slog. I mean, really. Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. You can literally run out of 99 items in that freaking fight. So, I would say Yzmat is the more tedious of the bosses between Yzmat and Penance, but I would argue strongly that both are, to be blunt, bad game design. When you have a pure-on meat wall that is those two fights... Now, okay, in the interest of fairness, Penance is a gear gate in addition to a meat wall. In other words, you have to have a very specific setup to be able to withstand Penance. Because he will destroy you, even if you think you're maxed. You're not really until you are actually maxed and ready for him and have certain gear set up and yada yada. It's a whole thing to get set up for him. So he's a gear gate in addition to being a meat wall. But once you get to the point where you have prepped for that, as Psychotic and I have both said, you're just doing the same action over and over and over and over and over. So what I would have done with the Penance fight, same basic mechanics, you know, make you figure it out, make you work your way around his moves, make you outthink him, reduce his HP by a ton. I mean, just fling his HP down. 10 million is ridiculous. I would probably push it down into maybe the 1 million range, and I mean that sincerely. Because once you have the gear, check solved, the rest of it is just padding at that point. And if you're going for a full gear check boss, have you maxed out everything boss, then there you go, you've succeeded. There's no need to make it a, have you maxed out everything and also are you willing to lose an hour of your life to stupidity. Anyways, Celestial, that is actually a very good question. There's two answers to that. I don't know which is true. So these are both theoretical. The first answer is we have and we just don't know it. The second answer is because the series has focused so much more on the darkness and the light, and not really paid a lot of attention to the in-between, that they haven't really been on the forefront yet, so... Also, no Dark Monster. Yeah, I will tell you one thing. Replaying FF10 and going after all the Dark Aeons and whatnot reminded me of how overpowered Mix really is. Get a few things set up just right, and she'll basically go from... there's no basically. She will literally go from having just used Mix to full overdrive in a single turn. And then get right back into using another Mixer next round. Only for a small loan, Dark Monster. Koopa. I like the Moogles in 12. I also like the Moogles in 9. Probably my two favorite Moogles across the FF series. I hope so, Celestial. Especially since it seems like such a logical way for the story to go. Witness the power of Moogles! Overly complicated gate mechanism. I like this. You can talk to every single one of these, and they all say something separate. What's also interesting is all of them are going to different places to repair other things. Some of these are part of future side quests, too. Well, let's be honest, I've talked about this before, Psychotic. Healing in FF10 in general is stupid. You don't have any... Other than Mix, you have no AoE healing options. And even the best spells with the best stats will not actually heal you that much. And... items won't actually heal as much as indicated, and yada yada. Healing in general was broken in FF10. One of the things I'd fix about it.
It would seem we made the right choice. If we'd taken the easy way and come by airship, one of those patrols would no doubt have been quick to roll out the red carpet. We're on the Empire's doorstep now, so we shouldn't have to worry quite so much. But that's no excuse to get sloppy. It is still a long road to the capital.
Dragoon. Dark Corruptor. No, I would not, Nicholas, because that's basically Monster Hunter. I mean, really, you're just describing Final Fantasy Explorer at that point, Nicholas. A game that I have lost interest in because of the lack of meat to the game. It's just, hey, go do hunts. Alright, go do hunts. Okay, go do more hunts. Okay, go do hunts. Alright, go do hunts. Hunts. Yeah, no, I need more meat. I am a meat eater in my video games. No, I actually don't like Monster Hunter, for the same reason I just mentioned. It's like, Monster Hunter is the kind of game that I like for about a couple hours. You know, like 5-6 hours. And then it's like, well, I'm done. I don't remember where it is exactly, Psychotic, but I'll go look for it. Water. I agree, by the way, with Dark Corruptor. I like the music here. Quite a bit. At this point, I'm actually pretty far into the game, relatively speaking. Once I get to Giro Vegan, it's hard to determine how far I'm into the game, because lore-wise, story-wise, I'm actually towards the end, because the story basically stops when you get to Giro Vegan. With the exception of 3 cutscenes afterwards, I'd say. However, there's Giro Vegan and the Crystal and the Pharaoh's Lighthouse are all huge, long, drawn-out dungeons with basically no story to them. Again, other than the 3 cutscenes I just mentioned. So... I suppose it depends on how you define it. Probably Space Marine Enigma, assuming I get around to it, which I might not. By the way, I can't promise to stream tomorrow. Or any day after that, actually. If there was story, then sure, Nicholas, but there has to be story, and I don't have telekinesis. Hey, Nintendo Akiri. What's up? I do not like not having telekinesis. Yeah, especially if I'm going after Gilgamesh, which I believe I am. Which is the highest number? Like is 10 super chill? To the point where I'm having trouble breathing? Well, I think we all would, as your rank, but that's because that story was freaking amazing. Okay, so 10 is super chill. I'd probably go with a 1 or a 2 then. Maybe a -5, somewhere along there. Well, I've done loot. Define multiplayer in FF, Myron. Because, I mean, FF4, 5, and 6 had multiplayer. So if that's what you mean, then yes, I think that'd be pretty cool. Yes, the run is very chill. This is not the chill runner. This is the chill run. Big difference. Of 10 Chocobo multi... Don't even... No. Then I'd be disinclined, Nicolas. That's the kind of game I might pick up if I had infinite time and, you know, infinite money. No, I already passed that point, Raikiri. Well, I found the hunter's camp, but I don't remember where those chests are. By the way, I know we voted for who we would have as our representative, and I know you voted for Ash, but we can't help but be Vaughn in town for some reason. More story in the later parts of the game, if I had the choice, Carlvite. Because there's more story to be told here. Pause. Apparently, Henson. But if it's impossible or implausible to add in the chunks of story that should have been in the end game of FF12, I would just shorten everything considerably. Especially the Crystal Maze. And the Pharos Lighthouse. And, I mean, hell, and Girovegan too. All three of them really need... If they're not going to have the story like they currently don't, instead of being like this, they need to be closer to, like, I'd say this. With Girovegan being like this, the Crystal being like this, and the Pharos Lighthouse being like this. Because the Pharos Lighthouse is, in every way that matters, the last dungeon of this game. Ugh. So I don't mind that having some length to it. Just not the slog that it is. So anyways, this cutscene's amazing. This is Balthier, the cutscene.
Why the capital?
The Nethicite. I must destroy it.
Are you sure? You don't want it for yourself? Use its power to restore Dalmasca? Something like that? The best intentions invite the worst kind of trouble.
Lusting for ever greater power. Blinded by the Nethicite. Is that how you see me?
That does sound like someone I know.
Something completely different, Celestial. And I hope
He
not
was
Dark
obsessed
Monster.
with Nethicite. It was all he cared about.
Come over here.
He'd babble nonsense, blind to aught but the stone's power.
Like I said,
He'd talk about some Enna, or was it Vena? No matter.
Thank you.
Everything he did to get closer to the Nethicite, to understand it. He made airships, weapons. He even made me a judge.
You were a judge?
Part of a past I'd rather forget. It didn't last long. I ran. I left the judges. And him. Sidolphus Demon Bonanza. Draclaw Laboratories' very own Dr. Sid. That's when he lost his heart to Nethicite. Lost himself. And I suppose that's when I lost my father. Don't follow in his footsteps. I ran away. I couldn't stand seeing him like that, a slave to the stone. So I ran. Free at last. Funny I went for the Dusk Shard. How could I have known that it was Nethicite? And then, of course, I met you. All that running, and I got nowhere. It's time to end this. Cut my ties to the past.
It's hard to leave the past behind. I know.
Marriage of convenience. A symbol of the alliance between Nebradia and Dalmasca. This is how they see our match.
They do they?
These roles we play. I must admit, I find it wearying.
I will play mine.
I would have no other.
The choice is yours to make. But don't give your heart to a stone. You're too strong for that, Princess.
I pray you're right, Balthier.
As an aside, I sometimes wonder if Ash understands just how fortunate she was to be in an arranged marriage with someone that actually loved her and that she actually loved in return. Do you know how rare that is? And when I say arranged marriage, I don't mean like betrothed, I mean political entanglements. Let's see here. Firaga, but nothing else. No. That gentleman was from Nebradia. Bosch was from Landis. I also kind of find it... I've always found it interesting to think about Balthier as a judge. Not just because that sounds cool, because it does, but given the level of quality we've seen amongst the judges in terms of combat prowess and martial competency, I often found myself wondering... I don't know how to put it. It just fits in my mind that he would be that competent and that skilled and that powerful to qualify as a judge. Of course, the alternative is that he doesn't actually qualify as a judge, that he, in fact, it was just given it for political connections or whatnot, kind of like Geese was. But still, I like to think that Balthier was good enough in order to be a judge. Just my impression of it. You know, I tend to agree with you, Pyromancer, honestly. It's a shame he died as part of a plot that had nothing to do with territory. One thing I will say that FF12 does right, and then kind of falters at the end, Tactics and 12 both have a undercurrent theme of the primary focus of, like, the majority of the story and the plot is all about the politics and the war, right? But in both games, there's an undercurrent of the fantastical, the fantasy element, the Lucavi over in Tactics and the Ocuria in 12, who are manipulating things and working around things and affecting things and are the actual driving force behind everything that's going on. So we have this huge in-depth political story of Arcadia invading Nebradia and all the applications that has with regards to Dalmasca and the people in the army and all that. But all of that was just done so they could get a hold of a stone, which is part of the fantastical plot. Actually, mine too, Nicholas. I also agree that, personally, I would think that Balthier was not just a judge, that he was, in fact, a judge magister. Again, I think he is of quality sufficient in order to qualify for that. In lore, it is never explained to my knowledge, Sonic Doctor. So, insert your own reason here. Everyone else involved here has some kind of lore reason for being able to accomplish what they do. No, I have not, Myron. Although I have the ability now that I have the PSP thing going. The ability to stream from the PSP. That is true. Geese could cast Flare, so that's not exactly insignificant. I still stand by my statement that Geese is not, in my opinion, an intelligent man, or at least not a tactically sound man. He was the politician, as I've said. Vaughn inflicts Pointless. For those of you not aware, Pointless is a real status effect in some games. It basically makes it so you can't gain experience or anything like that. I can't actually remember any games that do that off the top of my head. I know they exist. So, wow, this is a lot of chests, guys. Look at all these. Man. If there wasn't a bird here, I'd show them off a little bit more, but screw that mess. I'm getting out of here. Whee! Whee! There's a bird! A single bird can fell the party, because we still don't have telekinesis. When do we get frickin' telekinesis? Oh my, I feel like I should have it already. No, I don't. I get it in Arcadia, don't I? Yeah, I think I get it in Arcadia. That's when I finally get telekinesis. Oh god, it just occurred to me, I don't think any of my classes can learn telekinesis. So I'm never going to be able to fight air. I do actually like FF12's character designs better than 13's, yes. It's not like I mind 13's, really. I actually don't. I also don't mind, right, air. I also don't mind, you know, your standard FF whatever, character design, but I do like 12's quite a bit. I don't understand what you're asking, Psychotic. What do you mean? I don't remember if there's any plot bosses that fly. There's quite a few hunt bosses that fly. And if I'm showing off Gilgamesh, I have to go fight those. So I'm going to have to do something for that. Hey, it's an Archaeosaur. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, let's go ahead and check her board. Daggers, numerology, greatsword, HP, Libra, HP, greatswords. Why can a white mage wield greatswords? Soul Eater. And we're back around. So, yeah. Looks like no. You know, other than the obvious answer of graphics fidelity, I'm not sure 13 does anything better than 12, in my opinion. Because Minwu. You know what? I accept that answer. Minwu was awesome. Let's be honest, the only reason Minwu died was to unlock Ultima. Otherwise, he would have kept going. What time is it? I'm gonna have to cut this off soon, guys. Is there any reason to go to Balfaheim right now? Because I can make that trip. Now, I don't remember why, but I remember back when I played this originally that I spent a lot of time in the Highlands farming. Maybe it was just the best experience I had access to before I could do the bat trick. I don't remember. I feel like there was a reason. What? What? I can't enter Balfaheim? Come on. Why not? If we're counting a per the era thing, then I would say FF6 looks better than FF13. And I mean that sincerely. I would also say FF9 looks better than 13. And again, meant sincerely. However, I will freely admit 13 looks very shiny. Can't really complain about that. Oh my god! Let's get fixed after those traps of doom, shall we? Jeez Louise! Okay. Oh, the kid isn't here. There's a kid at some point who has a hunt here who makes me want to smack him every time I see him. Also, I could list a lot of characters I'd want to be in a Dissidia. As long as Dissidia had a story, unlike Dissidia 3, which doesn't. How do you do that? Why do you do that? So, okay. Who out there has been following, what's it called? Endless Legend or something like that? The team that made Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre put forth a Kickstarter, at this point over a year ago. Well over a year ago, it might be 2 years ago at this point. And that Kickstarter was for them to make a new... Oh my god! It was for them to make a new game of that style, in the style of Final Fantasy Tactics. So my friend and I, Pax, we kickstarted it. We're like, heck yeah. How many of you have been following that game? Because, yeah. Yes, Dissidia 3 is, for some unknowable reason, an arcade game. Sonic Doctor, I hate to point this out, but Dissidia and Dissidia Duodecim actually have very strong, awesome, in-depth stories to them. So, they already have stories. That's already been done. They've already solved those particular hurdles. It's not like they needed to... No, whatever. Actually, I think I do. It looks absolutely terrible to go to. Okay, so here's the bottom line of why I mentioned it. I guess nobody's been following that game but me. Of course, I kickstarted it. So it started off and it's like, oh, it's amazing! Yay! Okay, here's some news. Yay! Okay, and then there was a couple of months with no news from the developers. Bad sign, but not irrecoverable. Then they came out saying, we're sorry that we haven't been doing updates lately. We really apologize. We'll get back to you with more info and more, more artwork and more world design. And then no info for a long time after that. Again, months range. And most recently, the game has started touting a multiplayer PvP feature as one of its main features. Now, to explain a little bit, it never had multiplayer or PvP at all when it was first announced and when they were first starting to make it. And just recently, and I'm talking within the last month or so, in absence of news about the game, they've started talking about how there's suddenly going to be this big PvP multiplayer focus. I don't even feel like I need to explain why that's, in my opinion, an absolutely terrible thing. Do you know, Andrew? He does. Okay, sure. You do it. Yep. It's bad. It's ultra super mega bad. I am not happy about the fact that it sounds like a great game that I already paid money for is going to hell in a handbasket because they either published up or they got scared, or they tried to go ahead and go with the easy route and go with things that are quicker and easier to make in order to appeal to a different audience. There's all sorts of options there, and they're all bad. So, yeah. Not happy about that. Yes it did, Olivia. In an extremely threadbare mode, which is basically you pick an area and then you fight them, and then they fight you, and that was it. And yeah, actually, to be blunt, I do, Sonic. It's as if I asked... This is a bad parallel. But it's as if someone was trying to sell me on a game. You know what? Hang on. Let me think about this. There's got to be another example of this. Because there's been several times in history where someone has tried to sell me on Game A, and the actual game that came out was Game B. And whether or not Game B was actually good or not wasn't really relevant at that point, because it wasn't what I ordered. It wasn't what I wanted. And I feel like there's an example of that I could use as a parallel. But anyways, yeah, I'm not exactly happy. I am exceptionally upset about that change. Can't think of it. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You get the idea. It'd be like if I really wanted Dragon Age, and a game was marketed as being Dragon Age, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be great. And the game that came out was... I don't know. Persona. Now, I know that sounds like a weird thing, and again, a lot of people like Persona. That's fine. That's great. I don't like Persona, and that's not what I bought. Honestly, Dragon Age 2 might qualify. Yeah, and I say that as a defender of Dragon Age 2. But yeah, whatever. Deutsch, we're talking about Endless Legend or Endless Story or whatever. It's Unsung Story or Unsung Heroes. It's something like that. It's a game that's made by the creators of Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre that has been, that was, you know, it's like we're making a new one of those. We're making a new Final Fantasy Tactics. And so, you know, we totally kickstarted up and we're ready to go, and it's awesome, and all indicators right now are that they have completely shifted focus into multiplayer PvP garbage. Which, even if it's good, again, I don't care, because that's not what I want. Yeah, okay. You now have the option of saving your game. Sure. Is this the Elder Worm? I was gonna say, I don't think he's, like, in the first room.
Hey, you sure this rabbit hole's really the way into Arcades?
Better a hare unseen than a rat in a trap. And again, if you'd prefer to go knocking on the front gates of the city, be my guest.
But what about once we're inside? Won't the city watch find us?
We'll do what we can to blend into the crowd. Our names may be notorious, but our faces are not far known.
True, true. You're our princess and we didn't even recognize you.
I noticed.
Really? Where I didn't get what I ordered, but I got something better than I wanted. Let me think on that for a minute.
Yeah.
All the practice. We do not discuss that thing, Ensign. I will say one thing, even though Vaughn's line was stupid, he and Balthier and Ash confirmed something I actually really liked about this. No, I think that's a bug, Samurai. I like the fact that even though these characters are well known, well, at least two of them are, their faces aren't, and so nobody actually knows that that's a Shelia, blah, 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 blah. That actually makes sense, and I like that. That being said, it is worth noting that that's running the dice. In other words, you are gambling that because all it would take is one person, one individual who recognizes you, who's seen a poster or a picture or has seen you in person or whatever. All it takes is one person to be like, hey, aren't you blah, blah, blah? And then it's completely blown. But it does still make sense, so I just wish they'd given more than lip service to the risk they are running here. Wow, this silence. You know what I think fits every game? I think you know what I'm going to play. It's Morrowind! Except I'm not. Hang on. We're going to play something else instead of Morrowind. You ready for this? Record Keeper is a mobile game, and therefore no, because I don't have a smartphone. God, I really wish I had a few more spells than I do, but whatever. Okay. No, this area should have music. This is a bug. This song so doesn't fit this area. See, that doesn't bother me as much, Dakoita, because as we go through Arcades... As we go through Arcades, it's made clear that there's actually quite a few visitors from other nations, from other regions, who are visiting in Arcades. So it's not actually all that unusual to have foreigners there. We would stand out, but we would stand out as foreigners rather than as dignitaries or whatever. Or to quote Men in Black, they won't remember you, they'll remember the outfit. And yeah, this is Undertale. Because it fits everything! I'm kidding, it doesn't. I just felt like playing it. It's on random, by the way, so I don't know what song's gonna play next. Oh no! Oh wait, no, it's not on random, because this is next. So never mind, it's just going in order. So I saw something that was absolutely horrifying recently about Papyrus, which I'm not going to share with you because it was just... It's the kind of thing that hit me in ways I don't actually know how to describe. It was just that bad. I just felt like sharing. I made a post about it in the forum if you really feel like going and seeing it. It was bad. Alright, so what's Bragwin linking? Oh my god, it's the most filthy pornography ever! Oh, never mind, it's Dwayne Johnson. Oh my god, no, I would not watch that. Oh hey, the game music started up again. I'm sorry, Sonic Doctor. Okay, I don't remember what to do next. Like, I need a key to progress. But I don't have a key to progress. And I don't remember what I need to do to get the key to progress. Does anyone remember, like, what I need to progress? See you around, Dakota. Like, I'm really not sure. Yeah, that hit me, Samurai. I'm not gonna lie. That hit me pretty hard. Let's just say I understand what it's like to be literally paralyzed with grief, and leave it there. Aha! I thought that was later silhouette. I know what you're talking about, even, too. The map a little bit. Up here. Got to die. Whoops. Going the wrong way. Very important. It's very important to go the wrong way. It's part of my strategy. This is all RNG manipulation, is what I'm doing here. This is set up for a later level. You know, one of these days I do actually hope to play Witcher 3. The irony is, by the time I actually get around to doing so, all the expansions may be out by then. So I may actually get to play those too. There he is. I was right. Hey kid, you're a dick. Seriously, this kid's a dick. No, Rossler and Rex are two completely different people, Myron. I'm gonna try and voice act this guy as best I can. This weak-kneed bugger is worthless. Utterly worthless. Just like every other hunter my father employs. You wouldn't happen to be a hunter, would you? I'd like to hire you to deal with a terrible menace in the Social Cave Palace. I like how his hunt thing is just scrawled in crayon, by the way. A terrible menace plagues the Social Cave, calling... yeah, blah, 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 blah. This is not an official bill and will be not listed in the primer. East of here, you come to the highlands north of the Field of Eternity, where you can find the entrance to Sartre, the foul scourge I wish you to defeat lurks in the Cave Palace. Many hunters have been sent and all have come running home. Incidentally, I have no idea what this scourge looks like. Oh, no one that returns will speak of it. Intriguing, no? My father, wanting to know the identity of this creature, thought to post a bill to the mark, but was refused. Having no other choice, he employed 2 hunters from the hunter's camp and sent him into the Social Palace. A pity they were worthless. I waited with my father at the entrance to the caves, and they came running out mere moments later. They ran right past my father, their employer! Unbelievable. Enraged, I gave chase and was separated from my father. Anyway, I'm glad we met. Were I to hire better hunters than my father and to defeat this monstrosity, oh, the respect I'd gain back in Arcades. So you're hired. Use this key to get in, and no coming back until you've slain it. I'm amazed he doesn't just start kicking the bonga there as he's lying there. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to. Oh well. Yeah, well. Moving on. What's up, psychotic? You know, I think he actually was psychotic, because I swear I had this mental image of him doing the kick animation next to him before you talked to him, so I think he actually was kicking the bonga. Twat. And back we are. Wonder if there's any music this time. Nope. Yeah, that is not correct. Fortunately, I've actually opened iTunes at this point, and so can play things that are not Undertale. So give me a moment. Hang on. Let's see. Why don't we go for some awesome music? I think that's a good pick. What do you guys think? Awesome music? Yeah, okay. We'll go with awesome music. Oh, we might have music. Do we have music? Dramatic pause. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. An excellent soundtrack, by the way. I forget the name of the gentleman who does it, but he's good. Music? Wait for me! Ugh. Give me my head back. Kill them! Kill them now! To quote Neverwinter Nights. Yay, boss music. So this fight can suck if you're not prepped for it. Yeah. So they're buffed, and they like to debuff. And they like to spread out, and they like to be the kindergartens. Yeah, exactly. And we're dead. Oh, come on. Kill them. Kill them now. I can't do a Palpatine voice on command like that. I'm terrible. Stop running. Honestly, I'm amazed more people don't name their kids weird, fictional-inspired names. Lord knows I would. I'm dead serious. I do not give a damn. That being said, I would probably, at a certain age, allow my child to choose their own name, because that's what I believe in, basically. Bye, Bosch. No? Okay. Bosch, you wanna help me out here? Okay. Okay, you go fight the good fight, Bosch. We'll support you back here in a minute. I'm just gonna hang out here. Oh, hey! We're back. We're back. Bosch, dude. Well, you know what I mean, don't you, Sonic Doctor? Okay, maybe you don't. So, I lived in Kansas for the better part of 10 years. And without wishing to say certain things, let's just say that people really are very close-minded about names around here. Like, really close-minded about names. To a kind of silly degree, actually. Yay! We have defeated the princes of the vegetable people. And alas, it is time for them to move on. Forever. No, he's still losing his head. No. Poor guys. But yeah, fun fact, years and years ago, like, this would have been in 2005, actually, my fiance and I at the time were actually discussing names for children, and one of the ones I put forth was Ilaria for a daughter. And she immediately shot it down because it was too abnormal, basically. I don't know, Nicholas. Let's avoid that. It was a rejuvenation trap. I should have known. It was just money, anyways. Ah! No, he's dead. Oh my god, there's Metroids down here. Oh my god. Guys, Metroids have invaded Arcades. Oh god, there's another one. They're even literally desiccated. Wow. Ugh, really? I think we're going to change her heal variance a bit. Well, usually Samus gets there after things have gotten bad, so Samus isn't here yet. Oh my god, Ash was always... No, this is Samus's origin story. This is the first planet that space pirates and the Metroids are going to wipe out. And the only survivor will be Samus, aka Ash. I do like the crystal designs in 12. Of course, I suppose I am biased. If you've paid attention, and I'm not going to say it here, Minizan's name is not exactly what you'd consider a normal name. Although people misunderstand it constantly. Which I find just funny. Probably the same reason people usually call me Max. By the way, check it out. We have music again. Yeah, they think her name is Jenna. Keep in mind that we don't pronounce it loosely, like Jenna or whatever. No, Jaina, very clearly. Very distinctly. No, they're like Jenna? It's something I understand because I see it all the damn time. Some people just don't mentally process unusual names, quote unquote. And therefore people just automatically assume, well, it has to be something that I do understand. So, maybe it's this other thing. And they just mentally translate it to something more normal, like Jenna. Also, hi Sigma. I was going to add a joke in there, Deutsch, but I didn't know which direction to go with it. Lots of people have done that in the past, Maz. It's better than less savory nicknames that I had back in school. Like maggots. M-A-G-G-O-T-S. That was a pretty common one. Got kind of sick of that. By the way, we're gonna have to cut this off soon because I need to get prepped for D&D Primus in a bit. But I kind of want to get to a certain point before I do that. The funny thing is, people also constantly misspell my middle name. But they never mispronounce it, just misspell it. And when I say constantly, I mean I could actually name on one hand the number of people in the last... Since school, really. The number of people who have not misspelled it. So I'll give you guys a bit of a teaser because you're not going to be seeing any Primus videos for a bit. I want to get a bit of a backlog first since we just started up pretty recently. So here's a bit of a teaser for what we're working on in Primus right now. So the live campaign, which is the one I'm talking about, has recently, and I'm not going to explain any of this because I hope you guys at least understand what I mean by this. So the live party has actually infiltrated Yarak. And they are currently portraying themselves as a member of one group who have a few allies within Yarak, while at the same time trying to infiltrate another group who has total control over Yarak. And, so... they had a situation where, you know, I did some cultural stuff and showcased just how Yarak government works and yada yada yada. And then Snarg was approached by the High Prime Minister of the Nevaria Confederacy, who basically told him that she wanted him on her side. And she was willing to basically arrange for something he wanted very badly to make that happen. She was willing to give him a home for all of the Wildpaw people, so that they could go and be free and safe and no longer have to deal with the war or any of the other things that he's worried about. Literally, just offering him exactly what he wants on a silver platter. And no deception involved. She actually intends to fulfill her end of that bargain if he joins her and the people she represents, who the party hasn't actually figured out who that is yet. So, naturally, the first thing that they do shortly thereafter this is they go out to the harbor where a small skirmish is occurring between two ships. And they take a ship in the harbor, zoom it out to one of the ships, and then, I'll skip forward through the theatrics, destroy it. It's a ghost. Special, it's just a ghost. No big deal, ghosts are real. For some reason it's not a one-eyed, winged thing. And apparently Bragwin's the only one in chat who understands, or cares, I guess I should say, about the Primus going on, so whatever. I will leave you to your speculation, Bragwin. Depends on the setting, Roaring. Yeah, Divide is really irritating. Damn it, Deutsch. Yarak is the capital of the former Nevaria Confederacy. One of my personal dreams in life is someday to be the point where Primus is sufficiently popular, or the Imperium is sufficiently popular, that it's I don't know, it's something that people are actually like really interested in, and like I could talk about at a convention or whatever. That would be really cool to be at the point where Primus or the Imperium is actually, you know, popular amongst geekdom in general, not just amongst my viewers and whatnot. That would be awesome if I ever reached that point, you know. The Imperium storyline has not yet finished, no. There is still a... the story is still ongoing. So we're just gonna chill here for a minute. No particular reason. Let's go see what's on this chest. Correct, Shuryu. The Confederacy itself doesn't actually exist anymore. The Yarak state would like to pretend that the Nevaria Confederacy still exists, but ultimately it's just Yarak and Al-Arkas, which they have managed to bully into maintaining part of the Union. Hopefully not, Shuryu. There we go. There's one. Well, you have pens, and you have paper, and you have imagination, Myron. The way I like to describe it, though, is the GM is the one who is the game that you're playing. So, like, if you're, you know, if the GM, like if I'm sitting down and playing Final Fantasy XII, in a pen and paper game, me, the person with the controller, would be the player, and the GM, the person actually running the game, would be FF12, if that makes any kind of sense. It probably doesn't, but whatever. Also, Wendigos are just weird. Look at their faces. Look at them. Look at them. You mean the wisps from Sonic Colors, Jaywalk? Admittedly, there are a couple of post-scarcity societies that are somewhat self-contained, because they can't actually... It's complicated. But basically, they have the ability to keep up with their demands, but if those demands were to be increased, then things would get worse. Nevertheless, I do actually have a couple of story ideas that I'm going to do with the wisps, because I think there's a lot of potential there. As weird as that sounds, I just haven't gotten around to actually writing it down yet. Well, Enigma, if you ever want to ask any questions or I'm going to just ramble about it, I love talking about my settings. I don't know, I just enjoy it. I enjoy being like, hey, so there's this stuff that I wrote. I guess I'm not unique in that, am I? Anybody who creates anything, music, art, writing, you know, we all like to share stuff, don't we? We all like to share what we've made, and I'm no exception to that. And yes, the one-man empire, which I'm pretty sure at this point, you know, God willing, I will actually turn into a game, the One-Man Empire, because I think there's a lot of potential there for that to be a video game, and not just a written story or whatever. And have I ever LARPed? Yes, I have, not in some time. Not in eons and eons. Seriously, though, not since high school have I LARPed. Last time I LARPed, I actually enjoyed it, and then it was completely ruined by someone who liked to bite. And that was not the first problem. That was not the first incident, but it was the last, if you follow me. That was basically the line for me. So I quit LARPing, and I've never gone back. Yes, biting, as in using your teeth on another player. Hello? Now, I didn't get bitten. I wasn't the one bitten. Someone else was at the session. But like I said, that was a line. I'm all for getting into character, really. But that's not getting into character, that's physically hurting someone else. Give me something good. Nope, nothing good. whatever. Nice jaywalk, by the way. The dialogue comment earlier. Doing better than me. One of these days I do actually hope to sit down and write some more. Oh, they were immediately kicked out, Deutsch. They were actually, the gentleman in question was actually banned from the shop. Absolutely flat out 100% lifetime ban. And for those of you who don't know, that's actually kind of a big deal amongst gamers in general, at least back in the 90s when this happened. Nowadays it's a lot easier to find people online or to find local hangouts or whatever, but at the time, finding a group of people with like-minded interest and whatnot, and actually being able to interact with them, that was kind of a rare and precious thing. And so he lost out on that, because he decided to buy... By the way, he was actually playing a werewolf, Guido. It was a Vampire the Masquerade game that we were playing, and he was playing a werewolf. And, he was an idiot. Yeah, nowadays finding like-minded people is, you know, it's something we can do. So it wouldn't really have the same impact now. Well, I have a wiki up Enigma, but it's really incomplete because I haven't really had the time to write down about it. I believe I have a video on my channel that's just about Primus. I'm not 100% sure if that's the best place to start. I also have an entire section called Concerning Primus, where I talk about the lore and the setting and the backstory of the game. And I also have a section on my YouTube called The Story Thus Far, which summarizes what the actual events of the campaign have been. No, I have not, Nicolas. $63,000 souls, jeez Louise. Welcome to Lower Arcades.
Ooh, smells less like a capital, more like a sewer.
Well.
Even empires have need of sewers. The runner from Arcades proper pools here, those who lack papers to live in the city itself. The mighty who have fallen, and the fallen who would be mighty. Their eyes never leave Arcades.
I guess it must be a lot nicer than this place.
Oh, to be sure. Arcades reeks of a different filth. Let's be off. We can follow our noses to Draclaw.
So this is actually my favorite section of the whole game. Old Arcades and Arcades proper. I mean that sincerely. This place just oozes everything I eat up about lore. This... I don't even know how to explain it properly. I tried during the lore run and I feel like I didn't fully get across how awesome and horrible this place is. So this is a functional slum. I stress that word functional. This is a slum that actually operates and has its own economy and has its own culture and lifestyle that consists of people who are, again, Balthier said it perfectly himself. They lack the papers to go up topside. They lack the papers to go up to Arcades proper. Not money, not physical power, not anything like that. It's just paper. They lack the political affluence to do it. It's great. I love it. Everything about this area is so awesome. I hope so, Jaywalk. I tried really hard. the very idea of using information as literal currency is phenomenal. I love it. Now, this is interesting because if memory serves, this guy should be selling me the golden amulets, which double my job points. As you can see, he is not doing that. I'm guessing in the international version they just took that out, because someone mentioned that earlier. I mean, money is still valuable here. It has its purposes, but just... this whole area. Almost every person in this area is named, too. It's another area where virtually everyone has a different name to them. So, yeah. Anyways, like I said, I'm going to cut off here. No idea when I'll be streaming in the future. So, I hope you've enjoyed, as usual. And, yeah, I'm going to go get ready for GMing. So I'll see you around, guys.